these dang old aforementioned antiquities pursuant to the public domain title 970 of the Social State Resource Code, but I tell you what, man, they're tight. Tell you what, man, Hank gets all prettied up and then old combing his hair all off to the side, man, and go like they did, like, get my good side, man, just dang old pretty sissy out like that. Hey, man, it's a dang old good old deal, man. I tell you what, $100 a month, man, you get them hookups, you get them old dang tube top jiggling around everywhere and whatnot, man, it's nothing but a dang old trash, man.
No, but they don't Woo! What up? What up, y'all? Oh. Hello. Let me see. Fuck. I wanted to do something real quick. Compilation. Woo! Is the timer done? 4 seconds. Okay. Wah, wah, wah. Hello, everybody. How's it going? It's Social Lust. Oh my god, we have so much stuff to get through. Look at this list. Look at this damn list I have, guys. Jesus Christ. I was sick earlier in the week. I was throwing up a lot and shit. I don't know what was going on. Maybe it was the red apple ale. I don't know. Nah, that was a long time ago, though. It can't be that. So my voice might be a little in recovery mode. But that's all right. Let's start with, I wanted to do like a little compilation of like natural disasters. And then overlay it with this.
Crip Mac, never commit suicide. Never commit suicide. Never commit suicide.
Here you go.
Beyond our control.
Your life is
in a matter
going.
of seconds.
Through the struggles, through the
Just
hard
can't do nothing.
times,
Just
everything
can't
gonna see alright. Never commit suicide. Never commit suicide. Listen, fine, Crip Mac. Never kill your motherfucking self. Never commit suicide. Things get rough. Don't give up. Don't take your own life. Everything gonna see alright. Gonna see alright, cuz. Never commit suicide. Never commit suicide. Things get rough.
Burning,
Don't give up.
We
Don't
here,
take your
dog.
own life. Everything gonna see alright. Gonna see alright, cuz. Never commit suicide. Suicide by the weak-minded. Been through hell, no money, late night grinding. With baby stretch, draw down a baby T-Loc, really grinding. In the 50s, we winning, we shining. Never commit suicide. Don't do no custer shit. Killing yourself.
That's some custer shit, y'all.
I've been a long road from the county jail, fly to prison. That could give Crip Mac life. I'll never in my life. Suicide is fight a week. That's custer shit. Don't see a custer. Stay living. Get your money. We all go through hard times. It's never the end. Get on your grind. Listen, fight a hustler. Carte Blanc said you are somebody. Carte Blanc said you are somebody. Cuz listen, fight me. I'ma keep it 55th straight. Never commit suicide. Things get rough. Don't give up. Don't take your own life. Everything gonna see
Tell you
alright.
what, man, ain't get so prettied up and then old them Coleman's hair on off the side, man. Gonna look like they did. Like, get my good side, man. It dang old pretty. Man, they gotta watch that friendly fire, man. You gonna live, they gonna frag me like a dang old.
Never commit suicide. Suicide is the
Yeah,
way
man,
out.
I'll tell you what, man, I seen dang old Blake over there down Smithsonian, man, right next to Lincoln's had them arch chair, man. It's dang old caveman section.
Stay strong, do your program, time clock, keep up, stay up, everything gonna see alright. I'm not weak, I'm
Mac
strong.
is breaking it in over here,
a rough
dude.
life will never end it. I'm solid with my crippin'. I do great things, feed my community, give back everybody. Page 5 with the anti-custer shit. I don't do no custer shit. If you end your life, you on custer shit. Never
dude.
take your own life. Never take your own life. Listen, 5 Crip Mac. Never take your own life. Big suicide killer. Everything gon' see alright. I'ma keep it 55th straight. Never take your own life. Don't do it, Custer. Everything gon' see alright.
Don't take your own life, guys. Let nature do it for you. Nah, but for real, don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
3,000
Got a fucking
buildings
protest,
burned down.
dude. I thought that was gonna be a funny little skit, but I guess it's kind of dark. Crip Mac, that's the best song he ever made. What's the first thing on our topics list? Ah, shit. There's a lot of stuff. And I don't even know what order to start it in, honestly. See, the Crip Mac countdown song. So I thought I was gonna, you know, intermix it with fucking like apocalypse ending, world ending things. But yeah, Crip Mac, we're done with that one. And Bill Maher podcast, capitalism. Okay. So, Bill Maher was recently, let me see, no. I want to watch Kyle Kalinske. I like Kyle Kalinske. Is it bad that I watch other? I mean, my channel's called Social Lust. It's like I lust for social interaction, but you know, I'm like through a fucking screen, so I can't. You know what I mean? So I don't mind watching these other progressive people. I do eventually want to start making my own like videos. Like I want to get a green screen behind me. I want to get a green screen so I can make some really cool like kind of documentary style maybe like a video essay or something, you know what I mean? But anyways, here it is. Russell Brand and Bill Maher go at it. They debate capitalism. Capitalism. I need to open up my other soundboards real quick. My other soundboards. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, man, I love all the soundboards. Look at this. Look at all these soundboards, dude.
I never sucked any ding-dongs.
I pooped my pants.
These are the best. It's from the HD podcast. Any like really interesting ones though?
69.
Big massive dumps.
Dan, good luck. Dan,
Please stand up.
up.
Ethan,
Please stand up.
He is a legend.
I'm
gonna come.
I need to steal some of these and add them to my thing.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Oh god, that is ear breaking, dude. I am sorry, guys. Let me lower that a bit.
I'll just give you a big fat kiss.
Ian, please stand up.
And then we have this one, the RM Brown one, which I love.
Chinese tchotchkes.
CK Louis, the comedian.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do with these is I'm gonna separate these. I'm gonna stick these on the side like this, right here, bam. So I can look up, you know what I mean? I can look up whatever. Soundbite I want. I'm probably not gonna use a H3 one that much though, so I'm probably gonna stick more to this one and my own. So now we're done with that. Let me shrink this thing here, bam.
Are you aware?
Are you aware that we are about to watch Bill Maher not understanding anything? Oh my god, you know what's the best? Okay. Let me show you this. I just added these, right?
I tell you what, man, that dang old NRA with our rights, man. The insurance you get with dismemberment, not like that, you get like $20,000 just for your arm blows off, man. Man, they gotta watch that friendly fire, man. You gonna live, they gonna frack me like I'm a dang old.
Watch that friendly fire.
Hey, man, it's a dang old good old deal, man. I tell you what, $100 a month, man. You get them hookups, you get them old dang two-top jiggling around everywhere and whatnot, man. It's nothing but a dang old trash, man.
Jeez. So I got Boomhauer from King of the Hill, and I added a few clips of him.
These dang old aforementioned antiquities pursuant to the public domain Title 9
and you can mix these two sound bites, and it's like
I tell you what, man, it's airtight.
Amazing. So let me just add that there. Bam. Anyways,
so Russell Brand went on Bill Maher's podcast, Club Random, and they had an interesting back and forth here, which I'm about to show you, on the issue of capitalism.
Capitalism. Now, what do I think about capitalism, guys? My personal beliefs, right? Capitalism is good. I like that you're able to sell things and, start a little business or whatever. But my issue is, once capitalism starts becoming like a fucking monopoly, like there's monopolies everywhere, and then they start bribing politicians, and it becomes legal to just like give money and shit, and like corrupt people and lobbying, and once it gets to that point, no, like you gotta heavily regulate capitalism or it will destroy itself. It's a self-destroying system, like most systems are. You need to heavily regulate it. You don't heavily regulate it, the 1% grows more powerful. They bribe the government. They basically control the government at a certain point. The government just does everything they do. I mean, look at the Ohio train derailments. They've never had to upgrade their fucking brake system because they lobbied against it, and they have Civil War era brakes on the trains. Civil War era, bro. That is not good.
I tell you what, man, that dang old NRA with our rights, man. The insurance you get with dismemberment, not like that, you get like $20,000 just for your arm blows off, man.
Exactly. Then you got the whole NRA, dude. Like, I mean, they're not as powerful anymore, but they would lobby the government. There's other gun manufacturers that lobby the government. There's fucking school shootings after school shooting after school shootings. We don't do nothing about it, right? And then just recently, the Nashville, Tennessee, there was a fucking a shooting there, and like all the conservatives are freaking out. Oh, she was trans. That is not the point. What is the main thing that all these school shooters have in common? They have a gun. It's not that they're trans. It's not that they're white men, because most of them are committed by white men. There were only 3 that were like done by trans. So that's not even a good argument. All right?
Yeah, man, I tell you what, man, I seen the dang old rake over there down Smithsonian, man, right next to Lincoln's Head, the arch chair, man, the dang old caveman section.
That's caveman brain if you think like that.
Really think Maher sort of the mask slips a little bit here, as you're gonna see. And his commentary is sort of just irredeemably tainted by his own experience as a uber wealthy dude. Okay, so let's watch and then we'll break it down.
Over my lucky little life. But I also believe that I read a good book by a man called Mark Fisher, God rest his soul, though he was an atheist, and wouldn't thank me for saying that. He wrote a book called Capitalist Realism. He believes that the great triumph of capitalism has been that we can no longer envisage a system beyond it. He said, famously, it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. People aren't even...
Let me just pause to react to that for a second.
That's pretty
That's
true.
a really good point.
Yes.
That's a really good point.
It's easier for people to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. Because I always tell people, we just need a better system. And you can call it whatever the fuck you want. Call it unicornism. All right, call it candyism. Call it Jesus Christism. Call it communalism. Call it commune, whatever the fuck you want to call it, socialism. We need an upgrade from capitalism, from rampant, monopolistic, in control of fucking corporations, capitalism. We can't have this. We can't have this. It's self-destructive, bro. It's self-destructive. Kyle has a point. And Russell Brand has a point. Surprisingly, because Russell Brand is a wacko. Wacko. Dude, he's a fucking... Let me see if I have a... I don't know if I have one for him.
Man, that good one, man. They got another one, man. What do you go the difference between them? They know man and little squirt
He's a wacko, bro.
Hi, everyone. I'm Iluma.
Iluma. I don't have any wacko ones in here.
Oh, why does it lie? Oh, why does it lie?
Let's keep going.
That the triumph of capitalism is that people just can't imagine not having capitalism, right? That it's just like, we feel like this is just the natural order of the world, this is the natural state of things. Now, what history shows us is that is definitely not true. This is not the natural state of the world. This is not the natural order of things. There are decisions that are made that get us here. There are laws that get us here. There are certain philosophical fundamentals that we've implemented that got us here. And all these, not all these things, but probably most of these things are subject to change and subject to evolution. But that's a great point that, yes, the triumph of capitalism is people have a hard time imagining life beyond capitalism as if there's any other option, right?
We literally have corporate communism right now. We literally have, because think about it. Socialism is when you use taxpayer money, right? It's like a big insurance pool, the taxpayer. You use that money to invest it back into the society. That's why it's called social. You invest it back into society, build better roads, bridges, airports, more better parks, greenize America, make more parks and shit, like protect the environment, make eco-friendly stuff, make renewable energy and shit. You know what I mean? Also, invest in healthcare. You can have a mainstream healthcare system like Europe, like Australia, like Canada, like all these other fucking countries, dude, right? Like fucking Hungary, probably. Cuba. Like that, bro. You can like literally try your best to like to just give everyone healthcare or like, you know, give everyone like a food stamp here and there, or give everyone a UBI or something like that. That's what you're supposed to do with fucking taxpayer money. Not just invest it into endless wars. All right? Not just to invade other countries and shit, do coups and like overthrow people, you know what I mean? Assassinate motherfuckers, do oil deals. Not for all of that. Corporate subsidies, no. It's supposed to be to invest back into society, man. To make your society better. And the reason why we have corporate communism, literally, it's a joke, but like...
Corporate communism.
It kind of is the point, because our taxpayer money gets subsidized back into these monopolies and these big companies, right? They get subsidized, they get tax breaks, they get all these things. Look at oil, they get tax breaks and all this shit. They're like an ancient fucking industry. We're like literally propping them up. We should let them die off. Fuck oil, dude. All right? We can nationalize that. The government takes control of it. It's no longer for profit, right? And then we can literally distribute like gasoline the way it should be. Like that shouldn't have to be, because we're just getting price gouged during the pandemic. Do you see the price of gas? It's not supposed to be like that. It's not. And like I know Saudi Arabia was involved and all these other countries like Russia and shit, and then you got the whole Ukraine stuff going on. But like a lot of these companies were just price gouging us, man, and it's bullshit. It's bullshit. That's why it's fucking corporate communism, because all the money trickles up to them.
Willing to imagine that there's a possibility of divorcing corporate and state interests.
Because capitalism works.
I'm not talking about.
I would love for him to expound on that. I would love. Now, he's going to try, but not really do it well. But like, I'd love for him to go off about that more. Work how? What's your definition there? Like, what do you mean? How has it, quote unquote, worked? How has it worked? As in, like, you know, maybe the argument would be, well,
corporate
it's better
communism.
than feudalism. It's better than absolute monarchies.
Yeah, we upgraded from like the medieval times. You know what I mean? That we did make an upgrade into capitalism. Like we used to have feudalism, which was when you would plow the fucking fields and work for the fucking king and shit, right? And you'll pay him your taxes and give him all most of your food, and have a little bit to sell for yourself or whatever you're making. Like all your labor. That's the whole point. Your labor, what you're doing, what you're raised doing, your labor goes to the fucking monarch. And right now in the system we have it, your labor goes to the CEO, like the profit, like everything. It's outstanding. And look, CEOs do work, you know what I mean? But honestly, we should just replace CEOs with AIs, bro. They shouldn't get paid as much as they do. They don't work. You're not doing the literal labor. So that's why I'm saying you're sucking labor out of people. You're sucking like their literal fucking
but
value, man.
Granted,
you're stealing their value.
But does that mean that we're at the end point? It's this end of history analysis, right? Like we've already come to this is the end point. It's going to be like this in perpetuity now. Like we figured it all out. We've hit this point, and now we're stagnant, and we just continue doing what we're doing. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Aren't even willing to imagine that there's a possibility of divorcing corporate and state interests.
Because capitalism works.
I'm not talking
for
about
a great deal of people. That's why it's popular.
It's working less and less, though.
The same way, like stereo became popular. Like we could have stuck with mono, but we were like, you know what? This is actually better. It kind of works. Does it lose something? I guess that's why they keep putting albums back out in mono. And I'm like, I don't know. Why don't you just put them back on 78? For fuck's sake, why are we going backwards? Or the kids, they like vinyl. Like, you know, I have my old vinyl. It's like, please. Enjoy listening to shitty sounding records that are scratchy.
I would say in a way, people are on the streets. People have been on the streets, not in enormous numbers, protesting like for an end to current conflicts. The Black Lives Matter protests, and obviously the movements around Donald Trump, and the movements around masks, and the trucker protests, and all of the
I may just never come back.
Occupy Wall Street is probably the best example.
Well, in Germany and Sri Lanka and Holland, all around the world, people are protesting.
Do you know a lot of people who have been at protests or in the streets? Because I don't know anybody.
Well,
I mean,
what does that say about you, Bill Maher? Bill! If you don't know anybody that's protesting or cares about issues, that's your fault. You're surrounded by rich douches. Douches. Whatever. How do you say two of them? I don't fucking know. You're surrounded by dicks, bro. Dicks. You're surrounded by people who don't care. You're surrounded by rich dudes. They don't care. They're not touched by the issues of the regular person. So how do you expect to know anyone that cares? You're not friends with Bernie. You're not friends with Bernie Sanders. If you were, you would know somebody.
Bill.
I'm not friends with him too, but I'm at least
Bill,
I at least care about these issues.
He's telling on himself, man, and he doesn't realize it. Bless his heart. He doesn't realize it.
He doesn't realize it.
I don't know anybody who protests. This is going to get worse, by the way. He's going to keep going down this train of thought and watch where it ends up.
Just like I may just never come back.
Like, people were sympathetic. Maybe it's because I'm older and people my age don't go out and do anything.
And people with your amount of money in your circles, maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, fucking street. I don't go to a restaurant.
Even that too much bother.
It's amazing how ageist this country is.
But what I mean to say is that there are significant protest movements, but I think what there is a clear lack of a real vision that probably since Clinton and Blair onwards, no one is suggesting anything other than the management of decline, kind of intimate bureaucracies where we biometrically measure and manage our own health. No one's saying we could do something fantastic with America. Rhetorically, of course, great claims are made by either side, but no one's suggesting that we could reorganize society. No one's anticipating what the AI revolution is about to behold, the loss of jobs, the despair, the despondency, and that is likely to engender. And we were sort of seeing a return to feudalism. In that beautiful film, The House I Live In, the great writer of that show, The Wire, said, when it comes to the opioid crisis and the addiction crisis in your country, he said, well, why don't we admit that in a post-manufacturing America, we've got no need for 20% of the population. They're redundant now. They're defunct. We can lose them.
One day.
Sometimes I think it comes down to simple demographics, that this nation can carry a good many deeply dissatisfied and unhappy people. And by God, it looks like it is.
People that are unhappy.
This ain't nothing. All of this conflagration that's going on in this country, mostly it's seemingly housed around the culture war, where I think they're quite.
Dude, the other day, right, I was driving to therapy. And in the corner, there was a homeless dude, bro. There was a homeless dude, and like, you know, I don't really have a lot of cash on me, so I feel so fucking bad, dude. And I was talking to this guy, I rolled down the window, and I was just talking to him. And, you know, he told me, like, you know, he's like 68. You know, his back is fucked up. He has no one to, like, help him and shit. Like, his family's all gone, I guess. And, bro, and it's like people are going through tough fucking times. And how many of those people are veterans? And how many of those people lost their houses during the fucking 2008 Wall Street fuck up with the housing? And how many of those people, you know, like, just are just screwed over because of medical debt or because our fucking country sucks? There's so much shit about this country sucks, right? And then you say anything. You say anything to want to make it better, and people think that you like suck and shit, and that you hate everybody, you hate the country. Oh, you're not patriotic. Bro, I'm very patriotic. I literally want to get rid of homelessness because it's so fucking depressing.
Happy for people to quibble and quarrel and war, because ultimately that doesn't affect the interests of the kind of the elite establishment interest that I'm interested in addressing and that Bernie has tried to address. And I would offer you this because it seems as during the conversations I've had with some former Democrat Party presidential candidates, that party almost consciously, deliberately, and explicitly decided they would rather have Trump win than win themselves with Bernie. I'd like to put that to you because for me, if that is true,
I will answer that, but I will answer it first in this way. Can I just take this conversation, somehow, same topic, but a little more toward the pedestrian diurnal? I mean, I know you intellectuals, you know.
What do you mean, you intellectuals? I just told you I'm from the New Jersey of England.
I know,
I may be sipping kombucha.
You do think like an intellectual. I mean, it's because that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, let's go to daily life and see if daily life matches with your theory of life. Like, as you go through your day. Now, maybe I live in a charmed world.
Of course you do. Of course I do.
I don't think I live in such a charmed world.
You're
where
rich.
I go to an office, you know, I see people who work. They're not all like making giant salaries. One person at that show is. I'm not going to say who. But this place, HBO is very generous. It's a good job. It's just a job. We all do it. I'm the same as them. Like, oh, there are days like, oh God, I don't want to. I'm tired of it, but I got to keep working. And we work. We all do our best. And I don't think they're unhappy. And then if I go out and get.
But if Bill Maher gets fired right now, if Bill Maher gets fired, he's not going to go fucking bankrupt or homeless or whatever. He is not a fucking, like, middle-class person. He's like a millionaire at least. That or more. So he's like, oh, well, sometimes I don't feel like going to work. You don't have to, motherfucker. Do it some other day. You have a better job than most people. You get paid more. You probably have good, like, vacation and all that shit. You know what I mean? You can't be like, oh, I'm struggling too. He's acting like he's struggling.
Coffee somewhere, and you know, even a waiter, or like even the guy who's like the valet guy, they don't seem miserable. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna.
Valet guy.
They like, you know, they're living their life.
They get
like
paid
when I was in my 20s, I was poor. I got it. Like, you know, I'm working my way up.
I'm not gonna be coming up
there is opportunity, and there's stumbles along the way, and there's lots of problems, and we should keep working on them. But it's like, I don't know if it's going to get better by being massively rewriting human nature, which is impossible, or the way the world is constructed.
It's not human
I think
nature.
People are selfish.
It's the system that we have. The system that we have. We could have a system that incentivizes more charity, that incentivizes more people to like give tax money so that we can actually fix the shit around our country that's falling apart. A system that ends corruption, ends lobbying, so that we can actually get some of this stuff done. The reason why it's so hard to even get renewable energy in any state is because oil, it's an old lobby, but they're powerful. They have a lot of money. Money means power in a capitalist system, right? And they use that power to dictate the future of the country. And like, they're slowly losing that battle. They're gonna lose but they're gonna destroy the planet too. They're literally gonna destroy the planet, trying to make money.
Corporate communism.
I think you have to always factor that in. Anytime you're developing any kind of economic system, people are selfish, and they will go toward what makes their life better.
That's why you need to regulate. You need to regulate the system so that people can't be that greedy or greedy at all.
Hopefully not at the cost of somebody too much, but sometimes, you know.
You believe in enlightened self-interest.
Oh boy, that was something. He's like, you know, when I talk to the waiter or I talk to the valet, you know, people are fine. They're doing okay. They're living their life. It's like, dude, you live in a very wealthy place. You work a very lucrative job.
Yes.
And
that's what I said.
You're around some people who are just, you know, doing well financially.
I may just never come back.
Like when you interact with working class people, what you think, like the valet doesn't have money struggles?
Yeah.
You think that
exactly.
You know, you could tell by like just a simple interaction where you do platitudes and niceties that like, hey, everything's fine, everything's working okay. I mean, I'm sure you could go back to the days of like absolute monarchies and make a similar argument. Hey, I don't see what the problem is. You know, I went down to the merchant at the corner and I got something from him and he seemed really happy. And then, you know, I walked over here and like, it's just a really dumb analysis from purposefully within his little bubble. Because to Russell Brand's point, when you look at the numbers on this stuff, I mean, geez, deindustrialization and these trade deals, which just outsource so many jobs, have decimated so many communities in this country. The deaths of despair, which he alluded to, right?
Yeah.
The rise in addiction, 100,000 overdoses a year. Depending on what poll you look at, anywhere from 60% to 80% of the country living paycheck to paycheck. The 45,000 people who die every year because they don't have basic health care. You know, the destruction of unions in this country.
Wipe your ass with them.
So that our people are slipping out of our middle class. The colossal amounts of income and wealth inequality.
Yeah, if your middle class is fucking shrinking in your country, what does that tell you about the system? I'll wait. It's failing, dude. The middle class is supposed to be growing, and then that makes the rich grow, because from middle class you jump into like, you know, like rich, and then that's how it's supposed to work, but it's not. The middle class is fucking shrinking. People can barely afford a fucking house in this country. You know what I mean? The jobs suck.
I mean, that is a crisis. When you have 600,000 homeless people, but one person, Jeff Bezos, has $100 billion, seems like there's a bit of a problem there. Seems like at the very least we need to do redistribution of wealth and shore up our social safety net and all these different things. And all you get from Maher is this sort of terrible defense of capitalism from a personal life perspective. And then he does his whole like, well, you know, it's about human nature. And it's like, I don't think he really even understands other options, right? Like, if you ask Bill Maher to define social democracy, you think he can define that?
Nope.
I don't know. If you ask him to talk about, you know,
Hey man,
just
it's a damn good old deal, man. I tell you what,
like
$100 a month, man, you get them hookups, you get them old damn two cops jiggling around everywhere and whatnot, man. It's nothing but a damn trash,
There's nothing
man.
that's like particularly radical or extreme or pie in the sky about that. But does he realize that that's like an alternative to capitalism? Right? Like there's a million ways you think he can define that? I don't know. If you ask him to talk about, you know, just democratizing the workplace, right? Like worker-owned co-ops.
Yeah.
Where
exactly.
sort of like the companies function in a more democratic way.
So you can vote on
There's
stuff
nothing
in your
that's
company.
like particularly radical or extreme or pie in the sky about that. But does he realize that that's like an alternative to capitalism? Right? Like there's a million ways you can construct a system. You could have state-owned enterprises, you could have worker-owned co-ops, you can have hybrid type systems. And it just seems like he's defending the status quo by default, despite all of the evidence to the contrary that what we're doing right now is not working and it's devastating. I mean, look, the best example is what just happened with the Silicon Valley bank failure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, immediately the FDIC rushed in and bailed them out. Then the Fed stepped in and bailed them out because these are elites who were suffering for a 2-second time span. And then you compare that to, like, for example, the 500,000 medical bankruptcies we have in this country every year, which is the #1 cause of bankruptcy. And nobody rushed in and said, oh my God, we got to bail you. This is crazy. 500,000 of our fellow citizens are going bankrupt because they got sick. That is crazy.
That's fucked up.
We need to bail these people out right now. Nobody says it.
That's fucked up.
Nobody says it. So to say, like, this system is working, how? In what sense is it working? In what sense is it working? There's massive bubbles of civil unrest popping up here and there, colossal economic disparity, a tremendous amount of pain. And to think that this is, like, as good as we could do with some tweaks, it's just super naive.
Guys, the Greeks and the Romans knew this. I'm about to tell you. Poverty increases crime. Poverty increases crime. Not only crime, it increases fucking, like, conspiracies and like, it makes people go crazy. Like, poverty is not good. The Romans and Greeks, they wrote about this. Like, they knew that poverty was not good for the human brain and for the humans overall. Not having a shelter over you is not good. It fucks you up. Our prison system, the way we do it, it fucks you up. It doesn't rehabilitate. But that's a different topic.
It's just super naive. Man, this guy supported Bernie in 2016. And you could tell. When he switched to Amy Klobuchar in 2020, it became pretty clear that, like, oh, okay. This is not the same guy. Let's see if they say anything else.
But also, I don't figure you for a misanthrope. I don't feel that at the heart of your beliefs is people are bad. Because at the core of my...
He actually does kind of believe that.
Yeah,
that is one of the Bill Maher things. He's, you know, people are stupid. That's his thing. I don't know if he'd say bad, but he'd say stupid.
Ideology is not even a begrudging, but an optimistic love of humanity. And my belief, Bill, is that if we enshrine, elevate, celebrate, and possibly even legislate the higher principles about nature, compassion, kindness, service, unity, a willingness to sacrifice, and this is where it does get personal, because I have to ask myself, what are you willing to give up, Russell Brand, in order to live in a fairer world? And I'm not just talking about taxation, because, by the way, affluent, like, sort of, millionaire entertainers ain't the issue. We're talking about billionaire offshore corporations with unprecedented power that make the Carnegies and the Rockefellers look like sort of quaint little guys with Jackson dimes.
No, but I feel, my guess is that you live a very nice life, and my opinion of that is you should. You're talented, you worked your way up, but you can't, like, enjoy it without having some, I think, inappropriate guilt. Or, like, it shouldn't be this way. The world is only what it...
This is literally Bill Maher right now.
Use dang old aforementioned antiquities pursuant to the public domain Title 970 of the Subject State Resource Code. But I tell you what, man, they're tight.
It's literally Bill Maher.
That is a fundamentally conservative viewpoint, right? And I wouldn't call it guilt. It's just that Russell Brand is looking at the system and saying, this doesn't make sense and we should change it for justice. You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't know him. Maybe he does have some semblance of guilt, but you don't have to be guilty. You should just want to make the system better.
trying to better it, but there's, just enjoy. And no, you shouldn't trade places with someone who's like not doing well. We should.
All right. By the way, at the beginning of the podcast, they have this like sort of debate on hedonism, because Russell Brand lived the rock star lifestyle and there were drugs and there were women, and Maher like sort of looks up to that as a kind of ideal. Like, that's the way to live. That's the way to be. And Russell Brand is like, dude, when I was deep in that lifestyle, I was the most miserable I've ever been. And he explains how it's like, it's a vapid pursuit. It's a hollow pursuit. There's no meaning in that. There's no purpose in that. And Maher is just sort of apoplectic about that and can't wrap his mind around the notion that perhaps these are useless endeavors that are trying to fill an empty void. And it's just, it's sort of like watching like a 14-year-old boy debate a grown man who has life experience, and ironically the ages are flipped here. Russell Brand is younger, Bill Maher is older, but Maher played the role of the 14-year-old boy who's like, bro, boobs and weed, bro, bro. And Russell Brand's like, yeah, I've smoked the weed, I've done other drugs, I've grabbed the titties, and at the end of the day, I really wasn't all that happy. So maybe that's not the answer. So yeah, anyway, interesting back and forth. Interesting podcast, but man, Maher, it really does seem like he's changed in that he used to much more aggressively advocate for better positions, whether it's anti-war positions, whether it's redistribution of wealth, universal health care. And then now it's almost like he's proud of the bubble that he's in, So
he sucks.
There you have it. All right, guys.
All right, what's the next topic we got? Okay, so Bill Maher, we crossed that one out. Bam, bam. I could probably just delete these. Boop. All right. Bill Burr, socialism. Copy and paste. Yeah, I don't know why. I gotta fix the whole chat thing here. I don't know why it's not working. I want it to show up, but guess not. I'll get that fixed as soon as possible. All right, so I'm gonna watch this one.
Socialism. Hi, Bill, you redheaded fuck.
So, guys, if you don't know Bill Burr is like, he's like a caveman.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, man, I seen the dang old rake over there down Smithsonian, man, right next to Lincoln's had the arch chair, man, the dang old caveman section.
There's a caveman right here, man. That's literally Bill Burr. And he talks about socialism. Let's hear his take on it. Because I feel like that's the best system we could move towards right now. Or like at least like a democratic socialist or social democracy, something like that.
Socialism. Hi, Bill, you redheaded fuck. I really appreciate the bluntness of that. How are you? Last week you mentioned you don't know why people demonize socialism. I was really taken aback at that statement. Oh, Jesus Christ. Every country that has tried socialism has failed, and it's responsible for tens of millions of deaths. All right, so would you say capitalism is working? And it is not, when like, what is it? Like 99% of the wealth is in like fucking 2% of the people's hands.
Literally. Like, I think like 3 people, like 3 families make as much wealth as 50% of the country. What? That's fucking insane. That's fucked up. That's broken. That's not working correctly. Whatever you think about capitalism, that is a fucking broken ass system, bro. If that was an engine, that engine will be smoking and on fire. Like, I play War Thunder, right? If my tank was capitalism, Yo, that tech will have like broken ass tracks. Yo, the turret will be blown off. Let's continue.
All of these tent cities, you're telling me this is working? You don't think capitalism is responsible for tens of millions of deaths? Anyway, Russia, Germany, China, Cuba, and most recently Venezuela have tried, or right now are socialist countries. As far as I know, whatever Cuba was trying to do, we prevented them from doing with a fucking embargo or whatever the hell we did. We've been
yes, dude. Go, Bill, bro. Bill's woke as fuck. Dude, he's so right, bro. Literally, like, Cuba hasn't been able to develop because it's literally cut off from the whole world. They're not allowed to do trade or like nothing. Like you gotta escape through like a fucking like raft. That's the only way you can get out of Cuba, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
I have smoked many
prevented them from
more than even the most accomplished cigar smoker that you will ever meet. As a point of fact,
my bad, I hit the
I'm
button.
smoking a cigar right now in an undisclosed location. And I never am without a cigar. When I inhale at night, I inhale from a giant cigar.
Okay, let's continue.
From doing with a fucking embargo or whatever the hell we did. We've been fucking with them for 60 years.
Yes.
So I think you're looking at like, you know, like what a lot of people do is you look at your own country through rose-colored glasses the same way you look at your own sports team like, oh, my team doesn't cheat, but your team does. I'll be honest with you. I don't think any form of government works because there's human beings running it, and there is inherently going to be backdoor deals, and people, you know, are just going to have the in.
Yeah,
and they're going to pay off politicians and all of that. Okay,
greedy and stuff. So you got to crack down on that as much as possible.
What I do like about this here is that you have the opportunity to move up. You're not stuck with where you're at. But I mean, you're really sort of looking the other way with what capitalism has done to other countries. All the sweatshop labor, all the wars we've fought in over air quote freedom, where most of it is about, you know, natural resources. All of these fucking countries where we've gone in and, you know, stuck in heads of the government that are going to do what we want to do so we can fucking take advantage of them. Like, I mean, to sit there and look at capitalism like it's, you know, I don't know, dude. But once again, I don't even think you can blame capitalism on that. I think you just can blame sociopathic people that both crave and ascend to positions of power. All right, I took off my Bergen stock, so I'm going to read the rest of this here. Okay, socialism all starts the same way. Create a boogeyman like corporations, the rich, or a race. Oh, yeah, we've never done that in this country. We've never created a boogeyman.
Yeah. Oh, the communists. Oh, the transgenders. Oh, the globalists. The elite, the globalist elite. Oh. You know what I mean? Like, we always create a fucking boogeyman. Oh, the Iranians. Oh, the Pakistani. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro.
Done that in this country. We've never created a boogeyman. There's never, I mean, Jesus Christ, buddy. Blame them for all your problems. Yeah, we never did that. The leaders then promised to fix all the problems. Oh, boy. Slowly, the government starts to control every aspect of your life. Why does this sound so familiar? Promise that aren't they like recording all?
They just literally revoked Roe v. Wade, the Patriot Act. They're all spying on us. They're spying on all our metadata. They're taking our metadata. They're probably selling it to companies. Companies are selling it to other corporations and other governments across the world, probably China. That's why it doesn't matter if you ban TikTok, because China can just buy the data from Facebook. It don't matter.
All our phone conversations now, and we're slowly on our way to getting microchipped. Promise that everybody will have the same equity and outcome. This creates mediocrity, loss of the middle class. Loss of the middle class? Where have I seen that before?
Loss of the middle class. What was I just telling you guys? I was just talking about that. Was I not?
Of innovation, punish. You know, corporations are buying houses now. They're just buying them up so they can fucking Airbnb. Like literally the American dream, buying a house. They're going to take that away in this country. That reduces the tax money coming out into the government. Buddy, I can't fucking read all of this horse shit. This is everything that we're doing too. Capitalism. Okay, I'll get to the end here. Capitalism. Now, you know what? Let's just read all of this because it's fucking hilarious that he's acting like none of this is happening in this country. And you know what's funny about people? You don't like it, get the fuck out of here. This is my favorite thing ever. Yet you can look at your sports team and be like, what the fuck is this coach doing? And then nobody goes like, you don't go fucking root for somebody else. No, I'm criticizing it because I love it and I want it to win. Anyways, this creates mediocrity, loss of the middle class, loss of innovation, punish the rich, which eventually leads to them leaving the country. Oh, yeah, that hasn't happened. Yeah, the rich haven't, their money leaves the country and then comes back in the form of an interest-free loan that is then forgiven. Jesus, buddy, come on. That reduces tax money coming into the government and loss of jobs because the richest people usually employ the most of the population. Oh, boy. Disarm the citizens so that they cannot revolt. Control the media, like promoting the government. Control the media. There's two guys that own the media, Ted Turner and fucking that other guy there, the guy from Fox News. That's why we're Hatfields and McCoys right now. Disarm the citizens so they cannot revolt. Control the media, like promoting the government agenda with propaganda, then censorship of all their other ideas. Yeah, creating areas where you can only protest, which are down and around the corner, away from the fucking media. Yeah, okay. Eventually, all rights are taken away. Dissenters, journalists, and politicians, oppositions are jailed or executed. Eventually, the leaders will become exactly what they originally campaigned against. Jesus Christ, buddy. Yeah. I've forgotten what your...
Everything he's saying, everything he's mentioned, literally happens in our country. But he's saying it's communism. You see what I mean? No. Please, people, learn. In politics, there is a spectrum. Just look up political compass. Political compass. Like a compass with the arrow north, south, west. Look up political compass. And you can even take a political compass test. I don't know how accurate it is, but you can do this. You can educate yourself on these political systems. It's not about everyone having the same car. You can have different designs and corporations under a communist, under socialism. Yeah, under a certain communism. You could probably have a market communist society. I don't fucking know. Capitalist communist society. But you can have innovation and shit. It doesn't mean innovation gets oh, no more innovation. No more innovation. You want to know how I know this? Look at your iPhone. iPhone, right? That technology came from the space program. The space program was funded through taxpayer money. All of that technology was then bought by corporations. They made little devices with it. All of that stuff was on a rocket ship. They took that technology, they patented it themselves, and they literally just sold it back to us. That was our tech. We spent money. Do you guys not understand? We're wasting all this money, guys. And they're just selling it back to us. The same thing with the drugs. Drug companies, right? They'll discover a university will discover a new medication or a new medicine. And then a corporation will come in, buy the rights to that. They didn't do no work. It was taxpayer funded. They'll buy the rights to that. Then they'll mark it up to price and sell it back to us. How is that okay? That is not okay. That's not okay.
He goes, there's much more to it on an economic level, but as a fellow moron, it's too complicated for me to understand. All right. I am also a fellow moron, but dude, all of that shit has happened. If you look at all the rights and everything that you have lost in the last fucking 20 years, I don't even know. I don't even begin in creating a boogeyman and racism, genocide, all of that shit. We've done all of that.
Yeah.
We've done all of that. you know, when I was a kid, there was rules on media ownership. No one person could own any 7. It was rules of 7. No one person can own 7 radio stations, newspapers, TV stations, blah, 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 in one market, because they knew if you owned all of that, if you control the media, you control thought. And yet they've let Ted Turner and that fucking, I want to say Ralph Nader, Rupert Murdoch, do exactly that. And present, CNN and Fox News have the fucking balls to present the people that are on TV as journalists and then also acting as though you're watching news. You're not. You're watching propaganda.
Propaganda, yep.
Okay? So there you go. All right.
Facts. Alrighty, that was that. That was...
Wipe your ass with them.
Crazy.
You failed again, you murdering trash.
Jesus Christ.
You failed again, you murdering trash.
You're kind of like a snotty faced bitch.
Okay. Where are we now? We're done with Bill Burr socialism. Little girl, oh yeah. All right. I'm going to go to Call of Dusty for this. I like Call of Dusty.
Giant fucking piss man, baby. He got all.
Okay. Where's the goat segment? We could go to TYT. I know TYT covered. I'm sorry, Colt. TYT.
Every day, the Young Turks deliver.
I know TYT covered the goat story. Yeah, here it is. It's really depressing. Really depressing.
California fair officials were so hell-bent on getting a 9-year-old girl's beloved goat slaughtered for a barbecue that they got law enforcement involved as if they were on a mission to take down Pablo Escobar. And I'm not even exaggerating. I mean, this literally. Story has so many twists and turns and shows you how, in a lot of instances, law enforcement is really just used to protect property. Right? In this case, it's a goat. So let's get to those details. The story centers on a woman named Jessica Long, her 9-year-old daughter, and the Shasta District Fair in California. Now, Jessica Long's daughter became attached to this goat named Cedar, not Sam Cedar. Cedar is spelled S-E-D-A-R.
Sam's okay.
Sam is okay. He has not been slaughtered for a barbecue. But this goat has been, okay? So anyway, the 9-year-old girl grew attached to this goat. And so when it came time for them to give the goat up to the Shasta District Fair, because the goat had been auctioned, the little girl was visibly upset about it. So, by the way, the little girl, the 9-year-old, grew attached to this goat because she walked and fed the goat every day for 3 months straight. So you can understand the bond that this little girl has with the goat. Now, first, let's understand what this whole program is. You know, auctioning off the goat. What is this all about? Never come back. Well, Long, meaning the mom of the 9-year-old girl, had purchased the goat for her daughter to enter into something known as the 4-H program with the Shasta District Fair. So basically, the whole point here is to teach children how to care for farm animals. The animals are then entered into an auction to be sold and then slaughtered for meat in hopes of teaching children about the work and care needed to raise livestock and provide food as farmers and ranchers do. So it's like I guess, let me just give it the most generous description. It's supposed to teach kids what it means to be a farmer or rancher and what it means to raise food for the public. Okay, so soon it was time for Cedar to be sold and slaughtered. I mean, that was the plan all along, but the nice description, it's supposed to teach kids what it means to be a farmer or rancher and what it means to raise food for the public. Okay, so soon it was time for Cedar to be sold and slaughtered. I mean, that was the plan all along, but the 9-year-old couldn't do it, and her mom was uncomfortable with it as well. Keep in mind that the 9-year-old girl had also lost 3 grandparents fairly recently, so she was going through a lot, and her mom is like, no, this is gonna kill her, we can't give up the goat. So Jessica Long decided to take the goat when she wasn't supposed to, and then she wrote a letter to the Shasta County Fair's manager saying this: my daughter sobbed in her pen with the goat. The barn was mostly empty, and at the last minute, I decided to break the rules and take the goat that night and deal with the consequences later. Hashtag queen, hashtag girl boss, love it. I would do the same thing. You're a good mom.
Hashtag get that goat.
Get that goat.
Get that goat.
Now, in her letter, Long pleaded for the fair to make an exception this one time and let her and her daughter take Cedar back permanently, but it didn't play out that way. Aware that Cedar had already been sold in auction, Long also offered to pay you back for the goat and any other expenses I caused, according to the letter. Long offered to repay the fair district and the bidder whatever costs had been incurred. That included the winning bid of $902 made by State Senator Brian Dahl, who's a Republican, and the 7% cut that their fair was entitled to of $63.14. She said that Dahl agreed to this, the state senator, and Dahl's office did in fact confirm that he agreed to it. He was the one who won the auction, won the goat, he agreed to it. But no, the Shasta County Fair not interested in this agreement between Dahl and Jessica Long. So the Shasta District Fair officials threatened to call the police the next day and rebuffed Long's attempt to find another outcome for Cedar other than it being returned, slaughtered, and donated for a barbecue, literally. So making an exception for you will only teach our youth that they do not have to abide by the rules. Also, in this era of social media, that has been a negative experience for the fairgrounds, as this has been all over Facebook and Instagram. That was
That's your fault. If you're upset about the outcome of the situation, you're upset that there's a bunch of people upset that you want the goat back, it's your fault. Let the girl keep the goat. It ain't hard. It ain't rocket science, motherfucker. Like Crip Max says.
Response from Melanie Silva. She's the chief executive of the Shasta District Fair. It gets worse. Just a few more details, and then John, I'm dying to know what you think. That same day, BJ McFarland, livestock manager for the Shasta Fair Association, sent Long a text message that read as follows: we need to make arrangements to get the goat back today. If not, law enforcement is going to be brought in on this. Whoa. And it turns out
corporate
they got the cops
communism.
involved. They did it. They got the cops involved. Officials reached out to the Shasta County Sheriff's Office. Armed with a search warrant, detectives drove more than 500 miles across Northern California in search of the goat. In search of the goat. But it gets worse, John. It gets worse. I'm gonna break for comment, but it gets worse.
Yeah, it shouldn't be able to. That's already the worst story, literally ever. The woman in charge of the fair, who's like contacting the parents, is setting herself up as like a Cruella de Vil type villain. Like, seriously. I am going to see that goat consumed. Damn it! You're gonna get your $900. They would probably pay you extra. Oh. You could probably get the state senator to chip in some money. At that point, it eventually becomes kind of like you're ransoming the goat, but I think it's okay for the purposes of Cedar. My favorite part of the entire story, it's a terrible story, you shouldn't have a favorite part, but I do. It's when she's like, blah, 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 you have to learn to abide by the rules, as if abiding by the rules is the only lesson that could potentially be drawn from this. Nothing about empathy or compassion or negotiation or compromise or anything like that, just rules.
Conservatives don't have empathy or compassion, or not all. I'm just saying, like, business owning, most business owning ones that made it really high up, or politicians, no compassion, especially if they're right wing. I'm sorry. But then she goes on and is like, by the way,
this has just been really bad for us on social media, and I don't want any more bad press.
Yeah, how about don't do this? Don't do this.
She generates the worst goat-related story in history.
Yeah, it really
to
is.
avoid bad PR.
It's amazing. It really is. I mean, it's. Hey, lady, maybe consider how your actions lead to bad press. Anyway, but okay, so now you have the cops. They're on a mission. They've got the search warrant. Okay, they're looking for the goat. And they don't know where the goat is. Like, they're on a goat hunt. It turns out that long after she took the goat, she decided to take it to a farm in Sonoma County because her home doesn't have the appropriate space for the goat. Echoing language used when law enforcement search a home for drugs. The warrant allowed deputies to utilize breaching equipment to force down doorways, entry doors, exit doors, and locked containers, and to search all rooms, garages, and storage rooms, and my God, and outbuildings of any kind large enough to accommodate a small goat.
So any room.
But
any room whatsoever could accommodate a small
You can
goat.
use is it called a battering ram? You can use a
Breaching device.
Yeah, a breaching device battering ram to enter any room to find said goat. Unfortunately, they did find the goat. And as you can read in the final sentence of that graphic, Cedar was taken and slaughtered. I just don't get why it had to escalate like this. And is this really an appropriate use of law enforcement resources in California? I mean, in her June 27th, 2022 letter to Silva, Long also pointed out that she had already been in contact with Dahl's office. He had agreed. He was the one who won the auction. He won the goat. And he's like, oh, your sweet 9-year-old daughter is now attached to the goat. You're willing to pay me back.
Yeah. So the governor won the goat. Right? The little girl was crying because she didn't want them to murder the goat. The company or whoever the fuck held the competition said, no. Fuck the governor. Fuck that little girl. Get the fuck out of here. We want to go, and they slaughtered it. They slaughtered it. They wanted to kill it. They just hate life. They hate life. They hate nature. They hate animals. I don't get it. They hate like cheerfulness, love.
Back. No problem. Let's do it. But the fair jumps in is like, no,
like,
sorry.
No.
F your daughter.
Isn't it his goat? I kind of feel like they stole and killed his goat.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like to me.
I mean, it certainly does seem like that. I don't get why the Shasta County Fair had to intervene in the cruelest possible way.
From the point of view of 4-H or whatever, I'm sure they are hyper vigilant against people like growing attached to these animals or seeing them as living beings. They're trying to manage all that. And I understand these programs
That's a really good point.
are all over the country.
Yeah.
They've existed for decades and decades and decades and all that. But some people are gonna catch feelings with the goat. She was raising it. It was her pet. It wasn't like a pet, it was her pet.
Yeah.
Like, she did it for a month, I think it was?
3 months.
3 months she had the goat. To put it in perspective, I once visited my in-laws who live in the Rio Grande Valley. They raise and eat animals, including goats. When I visited them, they had a baby goat that they put on my lap for 8 seconds.
Baby goats are super cute.
So much so that at the end of the 8 seconds, I was considering fighting my way out of there to protect the goat. So that was 8 seconds, not 3 months, and I'm not a little girl.
Yeah.
I've had other pets. I've lost pets. Like, let her just have the goat, honestly. Not every goat gets slaughtered. You raise animals for other things. Agriculture is not just about consuming the animal. You could milk the goat.
Some
You
really
could set up a petting
stuff.
zoo with the goat. There's other things that you raise animals for. I feel like they need to broaden their horizons at 4-H.
I just think that
I may
the
just never
petting
come
zoo
back.
is
I may
cruel and
just never come
unusual
back.
punishment for the animals, and we shouldn't do
I
that.
think less cruel than eating it.
Fair. It's a fair point. It's a fair
And
point.
I get that
But
people
being
eat
held
animals.
captive where a bunch of people touch you all day,
Oh, I don't like it when you put it that way.
It's
But
the
anyway,
truth.
this is the sort of story, and we experience a lot of them, generally not about goats, where you, as a regular person coming in at the end of it, you wonder, how did no one have a human moment here?
I know.
How did none of the police, the person in charge of it, nobody could be a human for even a split second?
So,
like maybe in mile 300 of tracking down the goat, you think, is this how we should be spending our time? Is this how you protect and serve?
Now, Long is not giving up. She has filed a federal lawsuit against the Shasta District Fair. She says that the use of law enforcement was an egregious waste of police resources. I agree with her on that, and violated her and her daughter's Fourth Amendment and 14th Amendment rights, protecting them from unreasonable searches and seizures, which I think they have a case there too. There's some merit to that. I mean, imagine, come on.
I don't know. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. Like, I don't know.
Cops potentially raiding your home in search of a goat.
They're gonna say it was stolen property valued at nearly $1,000.
Considering that the state senator who won the goat in the auction. Anyway, I'm curious to see how it plays out.
That's a good point. I don't know.
Super curious to see how this plays out. Hopefully the Los Angeles Times stays on this story and we get an update in the future.
Yes, stay
but
on it.
I leave you with this statement from the lawyer representing the Long family. It was never about money. County officials were clear that they wanted to teach this little girl a lesson.
That's fucked up, bro.
Well, good for them. Good for them.
I think they did.
With all the adults messing things up in the country and in the state of California, I'm glad they chose to teach the 9-year-old girl a lesson.
This to me reads.
I hope these kids grow up and like really like get into politics and like fucking tax the shit out of these companies. Do something, you know what I mean? I hope that goat moment like literally woke her up.
Like the first draft of a spin-off John Wick. Of a little girl whose beloved goat is slaughtered, and so she just runs amok. I'm gonna write that, by the way. Don't write that. I'm gonna write that.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super.
I like TYT. I listen to them at work and shit. The podcast, the entire podcast. We're done with the girl goat story. Texas going theocratic. Woo, yeah. Was it Humanist Report maybe? I think. That's just going theocratic. Maybe it was Rational National. Texas going theocratic. Going theocratic. Here you go. It's secular talk. I love
Theocracy
Kyle.
alert. Theocracy alert. That's what we got going on right now in Texas. So Raw Story is reporting that Texas is going to take up a bill requiring the 10 Commandments in every public school classroom.
Oh my God.
Okay. All right.
Fucking
so let's see what they
lame,
say
bro.
Here. The Texas State Senate Education Committee this week will take up a bill requiring the 10 Commandments to be installed in every public school classroom, and another that would allow schools to hire pastors or chaplains instead of counselors. Look, I may just never come back. At face value, this is definitely unconstitutional. So public school, so public tax dollars funding pastors and chaplains instead of counselors in school, that's making it not secular anymore. This is definitely against separation of church and state, without a doubt. A public elementary or secondary school shall display in a conspicuous place in each classroom of the school a durable poster or framed copy of the 10 Commandments. The bill is extremely specific, mandating the size of the poster, at least 16 by 20, and that it be readable from anywhere in the classroom, in a size and typeface that is legible to a person with average vision from anywhere in the classroom in which the poster or framed copy is displayed. The bill also includes the complete text of the 10 Commandments in the version.
Let me see if this works. Hello. Hello. Son, are you depressed? Oh, you brought a gun to school, son. I am your priest counselor. Don't worry, God will hold your hand. Through the experience, everything will be okay. Depression's not real. And your parents take great care of you, little kiddo. See you at Catholic Church. That would literally be what the fucking Texas is doing, bro. They're getting rid of counselors. They're gonna add priests and shit. Son, Timmy, stop hitting your classroom mates. Unless they're atheists, then beat the shit out of them. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck?
Version ordained by its author, State Senator Phil King, a Republican. Senator King's bill goes as far as to mandate that if a school classroom does not have the Ten Commandments posted, it must accept a copy if anyone donates one, and any extras must be offered for donation to any other school. It can also use taxpayer funds to purchase a copy. NBC News senior investigative reporter Mike Hixenbaugh, who posted news of the bill on Monday, points out the language in the Ten Commandments might be confusing to a first grader.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd rather have it be confusing than have it be just the actual Ten Commandments up there. Because this has no business in a
school.
Public classroom.
Yeah.
No business whatsoever. Now, think about this, guys. If you're making a list of the 10 most important moral lessons and ethical lessons, would it be this list? Let's go through it. Number 1, you shall have no other gods before me. Okay, that definitely wouldn't make the list. That's just God being jealous. Like, that's what that is. Number 2, you shall not make idols. Totally shouldn't make the list. People probably have a decent...
My idol is Jordan. Oh, what's that guy's name? Fuck. My idol is Michael Jordan, God. What, bitch? What? Michael Jordan don't have no idols. Ugh. Get out of here with that idol crap.
Success rate if they pick a good idol and they emulate them, right? Somebody who they look up to, who has good values and, acts in a honorable way, and you have somebody who you look up to and act like that, it's good. That's a positive thing. It's not a negative thing. But to them, that's, that gets in the way of God. You've created a new God. Number 3, you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Again, that's just so, you can't say goddamn or whatever? Like, who can, none of these things should be on a list of the 10 most important things. Number 4, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Absurd. Number 5, honor your father and your mother. What if your father and mother are criminals? What if they murder people? What if they're in organized crime? What if your dad's a rapist? What if your mother abused you? Generally, should you honor your father or mother? Yes. But in some instances, you definitely shouldn't. Number 6, you shall not murder. Finally, by number 6, we finally got a good rule. Finally. Number 7, you shall not commit adultery. And don't cheat. Should you not cheat? Absolutely, you shouldn't cheat. It's good to not cheat. But also, that is not illegal for a reason.
Yeah.
It doesn't even reach the level of, criminality, and it's on the list. You shall not steal. Okay, that's a good one. We got 2 good ones. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. I mean, that's fair, but I don't know if it would make the top 10 of a list, right? You shall not covet. Basically 2 or 3 of these are should be on this list. It's only 2 or 3 of these. So, I mean, call it what it is. This is just theocracy. They're ushering in Christian nationalism. They want to put the 10 Commandments up there. By the way,
this is what they want to do right now.
But they did good things too. We're going to stop dissing the Nazis all the time. Yahoo! What do you have to say? What do you have to say to Alex Jones right now, Nick Fuentes and Ye? It was bad. It was bad for Trump to meet with Nick and Ye.
One group doesn't mean the other. But look,
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis.
Good job, Kanye. That's the route that Texas is going right now.
A good test is always to swap religions to see how you feel about this, right? So they say they want to replace the counselor and bring in a pastor or chaplain or whatever. What if you brought in an Islamic preacher? What if you brought in a Bhagavad Gita expert? What if you brought in
Muhammad,
a pagan expert? My guess is everybody would look at that and be like, "What? That has no place in a public school, no place being funded with our tax dollars."
Can we bring in a Zeus?
But when it comes to
expert?
Christianity, it's the majority religion there, so they feel like, "What? This is good. This is what we do." It's like proudly anti-intellectual. You could have whatever beliefs you want in whatever religion you want. You could practice it, etc. I believe in freedom of religion, but I definitely believe in separation of church and state because the government has no business shoving religion down anybody's throat, especially not in a classroom where you're supposed to be learning stuff. You're supposed to be educated. It's like, it's okay to learn about a religion. It is not okay to like actively enforce the values of a particular religion and teach it as if it is factual when it is not. Because again, I could give any of you out there the homework of make a list of 10 things that should actually be the top 10 rules to live by. You would all create a better one than the 10 commandments. They would all be better. Anything you would create would be better than that.
Yeah, literally.
So, anyway, I love that they're doing this at the same time. It's like, hey, man, there are homeless people in Texas.
Yeah.
Hey, man, there are people without health insurance in Texas.
Yeah. Focus
hey,
on
man,
that.
there are working poor people in Texas. Weed still isn't even legal in Texas. Like the list of things that they should be focusing on, and this is what they're doing. It's just beyond goofy. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded all...
Ayo! And Crystal. Alrighty, what's next? Texas going theocratic. Brought to you by Kyle Kalinske. Bernie Sanders versus Starbucks CEO. Woo. Let's go. Oh yeah, let me copy and paste it. Bam. Democracy Now. Let's go Rational National.
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders and chairman of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions has now called to subpoena Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz. And this comes the same day that a judge finds that Starbucks violated labor law.
Hope the volume's
so
better.
There's actually 3 different stories within this video, so you're gonna
get him, Bernie.
All 3 are, and they all relate to Starbucks and labor practices. So the first, the big announcement here. This is a great story. Bernie Sanders tweeting out, "Unfortunately, Howard Schultz has given us no choice but to subpoena him. A multi-billion-dollar corporation like Starbucks cannot continue to break federal labor law with impunity. The time has come to hold Starbucks and Mr. Schultz accountable."
I may just never come back.
So they still have to vote on this. If it goes through, then they will subpoena him. Now, Schultz can try and, ignore the subpoena, potentially risk contempt of Congress, go through that whole process and try to avoid this altogether. Or he can just, do what he has to do. So we're going to have to see how that all plays out. Because I feel like Howard Schultz is not the kind of person who wants to respond to questions and have to actually answer questions.
I guess he doesn't cover
how
it.
He has conducted his business, how he has run Starbucks since he has come back to the company.
Whoa! Democracy
Senator
now.
Bernie Sanders faced off with a longtime CEO of Starbucks, Howard Schultz, Wednesday at a Senate hearing focused on the company's union-busting record. Schultz, who's worth over $3 billion, stepped down as Starbucks CEO March 20th. His resignation came just...
Look at that loser, bro. He looks like a fucking... Look at that bug-eyed loser. Looks like a dork.
I may just never come back.
After a National Labor Relations Board judge ruled Starbucks had engaged in, quote, egregious and widespread misconduct in its effort to prevent workers from unionizing. The judge also ordered Starbucks to reinstate illegally fired workers, reopen closed stores, and halt other union-busting tactics.
Woo!
Since
Get
2021, nearly 300
you guys got
Starbucks
it.
stores have voted to unionize. Later in the show, we'll be joined by a Starbucks worker who was fired after leading a unionization drive at a Starbucks store in Augusta, Georgia. But first, we turn to excerpts from Wednesday's hearing of the Senate HELP Committee. HELP stands for Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Before questioning Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz, Bernie Sanders opened the hearing by outlining Starbucks' labor record.
Over the past 18 months, Starbucks has waged the most aggressive and illegal union-busting campaign in the modern history of our country. That union-busting campaign has been led by Howard Schultz, the multi-billionaire founder and director of Starbucks, who is with us this morning only under the threat of subpoena.
So when you subpoena somebody, when a senator subpoenas somebody, or when the Senate subpoenas somebody, or an organization, basically that means that that person needs to show up to court or to wherever they're requested to. So Bernie Sanders had to subpoena this Starbucks CEO butthead because he wouldn't show up unless required to, or else he'll go to jail.
Let us be clear about the nature of Starbucks' vicious anti-union efforts. The National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, has filed over 80 complaints against Starbucks for violating federal labor law. There have been over 500 unfair labor practice charges lodged against the company, and judges have found that Starbucks broke the law 130 times across 6 states since.
Bro, they broke the law 130 times. Imagine if you broke the law that many times. Bro, you'd be in jail for like 130 years.
Workers began organizing in the fall of 2021. These violations include the illegal firing of more than a dozen Starbucks workers for the crime of exercising their right to form a union and to collectively bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Since the first Starbucks union was certified more than 450 days ago in Buffalo, workers at more than 360 stores across 40 states have held union elections. 83% of these elections have resulted in a union victory, and today nearly 300 Starbucks coffee shops employing more than 7,000 workers have a union, despite Starbucks' aggressive anti-union efforts. But with nearly 300 shops voting to form a union, Starbucks has refused to sign a single first contract with the union, not a single one. Schultz, thank you very much. My time is limited, as is the time of all of our members here. So I'm going to be asking you to respond to each question as briefly as you can, hopefully with a yes or no. Do you understand that in America, workers have a fundamental right to join a union and collectively bargain to improve wages, benefits, and working conditions. Do you understand that?
I understand, and we respect the right of every partner who wears a green apron, whether they choose to join a...
They don't understand the right. They don't respect the worker because they broke the law 132 times already. So he's already lying. And he's not supposed to lie. He's on oath.
Union or not.
Are you aware that NLRB judges have ruled that Starbucks violated federal labor law over 100 times during the past 18 months? Far more than any other corporation in America.
Sir, Starbucks Coffee Company unequivocally, and let me set the tone for this very early on, has not broken the law.
Okay.
I may just never come back.
Are you aware that on March 1st, 2023, an administrative law judge found Starbucks guilty of, quote, egregious and widespread misconduct, end quote, widespread coercive behavior, and showed, quote, a general disregard for the employees' fundamental rights, end quote, in a union organizing campaign that started in Buffalo, New York in 2021. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that those are allegations, and Congress has created a process that we are following, and we're...
But they're not allegations because there have been... These claims have been through courts. So judges have looked at these claims and these violations and these laws that they've broken, and they said, yeah, you guys have broken the law. So they're not just like claims or whatever.
confident that those allegations will be proven false.
Allegations.
Mr. Schultz, before answering the following questions, let me remind you that federal law at 18 U.S. Code Section 1001 prohibits knowingly and willfully making any fraudulent statement.
I understand that.
Were you ever informed of or involved in a decision to fire a worker who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
Were you ever informed of or involved in a decision to discipline a worker in any way who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
He has fired someone.
Have you ever threatened, coerced, or intimidated a worker for supporting a union?
Let me look up Starbucks CEO fired union. Here we go. Starbucks fired the employee responsible for igniting the Starbucks Workers Union, United Union campaign. Bam, right there. Starbucks fired Alex Rizzo, the employee responsible for igniting the Starbucks Workers United Union campaign, just days after the company's former CEO Howard Schultz testified on Capitol Hill about the coffee chain's alleged union busting. Rizzo worked as a shift supervisor at Starbucks for 7 years and served as a union leader at Genesee Saint store in Buffalo, New York, which was one of the first 2 stores in the country to win its union campaign. Starbucks Workers United announced Rizzo's termination in a tweet Saturday and said in a corresponding GoFundMe page that this retaliation at its worst. This is retaliation at its worst. I'm absolutely heartbroken. It was just a job for me. It was like my family. Rizzo told me CNBC in an interview, it was like losing everything. I've been there since I was 17 years old. It's like my entire support system, and I think that they knew that. Rizzo said her store managers fired her after she finished working her shift. Friday, she said they told her it was because she had been late on 4 occasions, 2 of which were instances where she had been 1 minute late. Starbucks told CNBC. That's so fucked up. So they lied. He lied.
Conversations that could have been interpreted in a different way than I intended. That's up to the person who received the information that I spoke to him about.
Were you informed of or involved in the decision to withhold benefits from Starbucks workers in unionized stores, including higher pay and faster sick time accrual?
My understanding, when we created the benefits in May, 1 month after I returned as CEO, my understanding was under the law, we did not have the unilateral right to provide those benefits to employees who were interested in joining a union.
Under your leadership, Starbucks has repeatedly refused to bargain with any of the 7,000 workers.
Yeah, if you run a business and there's unionized people, and let's say you pass a new thing, like you're giving like let's say you pass a new like, oh, here we're giving people free healthcare now, but not the unionized people. You can't do that. You need to give it to every employee. You can't just like exclude the union people. You know what I mean? And that's what he did. He basically said, oh, guys, if you don't unionize, you can have this. You know what I mean? It's really fucked up.
Workers in nearly 300 stores where workers have voted to represent themselves through union. The first group of workers to win their election have been waiting more than 460 days to reach a first contract. Mr. Schultz, will you commit right now that within 14 days of this hearing, Starbucks will exchange proposals with the union, something it has refused to do for more than 450 days, so that meaningful progress can be made to bargain a first contract in good faith? Will you make that commitment?
Because the arrangement that was made by the union and the NLRB in Buffalo to negotiate one single store at a time, we have met over 85 times for a single store. We've tried to arrange over 350 separate meetings. We've said publicly, and I say it here again, that we believe that face-to-face negotiations is the way to proceed. And the reason I want to make that point
I may just never
is
come
that
back.
there have been safety issues in which Starbucks managers have been outed on social media. There are privacy issues. We don't want to do it on Zoom. We are prepared to meet face-to-face on a single store issue.
Will you make a promise?
There are people that are disabled and that can't make it to the meeting and stuff. You know what I mean? They don't want to do meetings through Zoom, and that's the way they're getting around not having to meet with the union. But there's people that are like crippled and they need, certain health things, and like just do Zoom. Everyone does Zoom. It's a modern day thing.
To this committee that you will exchange proposals with the union so that we can begin to make meaningful progress.
On a single store basis, we will continue to negotiate in good faith.
That was
That's what we'll do.
Former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz and Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders during a hearing Wednesday on the Senate Help Committee.
Thank you, Democracy Now! Lady. I forgot her name. I'm sorry. Anyways, next topic. Let me see. Humanist Report has something on this. Here we go.
We have a corporation worth some $113 billion, largely controlled by an individual worth some $4 billion, who are using their unlimited resources to do everything possible, legal and illegal, to deny these workers their constitutional right to form a union.
That's fucked
up.
up.
The fundamental issue we are confronting today is whether we have a system of justice that applies to all, or whether billionaires and large corporations can break the law with impunity. I have read Mr. Schultz's comments to the media, in which he expresses his strong anti-union views. As an American...
Here, let me see if I can add this notepad somehow in here. Can I add a GIF or something? Let me add an image. Add source. That's not what I wanted. I can add the Andrew Tate. I want the little Trump. Let me add Trump here, dude. I wish I could, let me... Oh, shit. It's not gonna work. Well, this is fine. He looks so beautiful, does he not? I'll just put this there. There we go. Cause I can't, I don't know how to add the chat and shit. So I'm sorry. But I'll keep that there just so he's looking at you.
Mr. Schultz
Giving you company.
is entitled to those views and any other views he holds. But even if he is a multi-billionaire and the head of a giant corporation, he is not entitled to break the law.
You just watched a snippet of Chairman Bernie Sanders' opening statement to a Senate hearing where he and other senators finally had the opportunity to confront Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz about his company's vicious union-busting campaign. And this testimony comes after Schultz initially declined the Senate's invitation to testify, which is pretty bold, to put it lightly. But after Sanders threatened to subpoena him, well, he begrudgingly showed up because he didn't really have a choice. It was either show up now or get subpoenaed and be forced to show up.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to get to Bernie Sanders' direct questioning of him, but I first want to play a little bit more of the opening statement because it really is just outstanding. And Bernie Sanders here does not mince words in calling out their union-busting tactics.
Over the past 18 months, Starbucks has waged the most aggressive and illegal union-busting campaign in the modern history of our country. That union-busting campaign has been led by Howard Schultz, the multi-billionaire founder and director of Starbucks, who is with us this morning only under the threat of subpoena. Let us be clear about the nature of Starbucks' vicious anti-union efforts. The National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, has filed over 80 complaints against Starbucks for violating federal labor law. There have been over 500 unfair labor practices
500
lodged against the company.
unfair labor
Judges
practices.
have found that Starbucks broke the law 130 times across 6 states since workers began organizing in the fall of 2021. These violations include the illegal firing of more than a dozen Starbucks workers for the crime of exercising their right to form a union and to collectively bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Since the first Starbucks union was certified more than 450 days ago in Buffalo, workers at more than 360 stores across 40 states have held union elections. 83% of these elections have resulted in a union victory, and today nearly 300 Starbucks coffee shops employing more than 7,000 workers have a union, despite Starbucks' aggressive anti-union efforts. But with nearly 300 shops voting to form a union, Starbucks has refused to sign a single first contract with the union. Not a single one. Think about that. Think about a multi-billion-dollar company with unlimited resources, with all kinds of lawyers, advisors, consultants, and yet they have not yet signed one contract with any of their nearly 300 unionized shops. Just a few weeks ago, on March 1st, an administrative law judge found Starbucks guilty of, quote, egregious and widespread misconduct, end quote, which showed, quote, a general disregard for the employee's fundamental rights, end quote. In a 220-page ruling, This judge found that Starbucks illegally retaliated against employees for unionizing, promised improved pay and benefits if workers rejected the union, conducted illegal surveillance of pro-union workers, refused to hire prospective employees who supported the union, relocated union organizers to new stores.
Oh my God,
and
they did a lot of
overstaffed
shit.
Stores ahead of union votes, all clear violations of federal labor law.
They did a lot of shit.
The judge also found that Starbucks, quote, widespread coercive behavior over 6 months had permeated every store in the Buffalo market, end quote. The judge ordered Starbucks to reinstate 7 workers who were wrongfully terminated, reopen a pro-union store in Buffalo that was illegally shut down, and pay, quote, reasonable consequential damages, end quote, to more than 24 Starbucks workers whose rights were violated by the company. And let us be clear, Starbucks' egregious union-busting campaign is not limited to Buffalo. It is happening all over America.
So expectedly, Bernie Sanders brought the heat. Now, in anticipation of Howard Schultz playing dumb or obfuscating or downplaying his role in the company's aggressive union busting, Bernie Sanders released this 13-page document outlining every single instance of the company's illegal union busting tactics, coercive behavior, and lies the company has spread to repair their image as a good liberal company after going scorched earth against their own employees. But regardless of how incriminating this all looks, Howard Schultz seemingly did not break under pressure, unlike other CEOs who are grilled by U.S. senators, and he denied that Starbucks broke the law, which is an absurd claim to make, and Senator Sanders even had to remind him that you're under oath, so if you are knowingly lying, you could be charged with perjury. But despite that, Howard Schultz didn't really seem bothered at all. So let's watch Bernie Sanders directly question Howard Schultz.
Do you understand that in America, workers have a fundamental right to join a union and collectively bargain to improve wages, benefits, and working conditions? Do you understand that?
I understand, and we respect the right of every partner who wears a green apron, whether they choose to join a union or not.
Are you aware that NLRB judges have ruled that Starbucks violated federal labor law over 100 times during the past 18 months?
Get him, Bernie.
Far more than any other corporation in America.
Sir, Starbucks Coffee Company unequivocally, and let me set the tone for this very early on, has not broken the law.
Are you aware? Are you aware?
Are you aware that on March 1st, 2023, an administrative law judge found Starbucks guilty of, quote, egregious and widespread misconduct, end quote, widespread coercive behavior, and showed, quote, a general disregard for the employees' fundamental rights, end quote, in a union organizing campaign that started in Buffalo, New York in 2021. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that those are allegations.
Are you aware?
And Congress has created a process that we are following, and we're confident that those allegations will be proven false.
All right, Mr. Schultz, before answering the following questions, let me
you aware?
remind you that federal law at 18
Are you aware?
U.S. Code Section 1001 prohibits knowingly and willfully making any fraudulent statement.
I understand that.
Were you ever informed of or involved in a decision to fire a worker who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
Were you ever informed of or
Lying, he's
involved
lying
in
so much.
a decision to discipline a worker in any way who was part of a union organizing drive?
I was not.
Have you ever threatened, coerced, or intimidated a worker for supporting a union?
I've had conversations that could have been interpreted in a different way than I intended. That's up to the person who received the information that I spoke to him about.
Will you commit to testifying in any trial where you personally are accused of breaking federal labor law, something that you have been accused of doing nearly 100 times since 2021?
Mr. Chairman, let me say under oath, these are allegations, and Starbucks has not broken the law.
Words cannot describe how much I hate Howard Schultz. He just oozes smugness and very clearly has a superiority complex. And he's a rich man in the United States of America, so who can blame him, right? I mean, how often do we see rich people be held accountable for breaking the law? Worst case scenario,
not a
he
lot.
gets a slap on the wrist for illegal union busting or even committing perjury. He knows nothing is going to happen to him, hence the confidence there. Now, the back and forth between him and Bernie Sanders continued for a while. Sanders asked him whether or not he complied or plans to comply with orders from the NLRB, and whether or not he'll commit to negotiating with the more than 300 stores that voted to form a union. But rather than focusing on that, because it doesn't really go anywhere, Howard Schultz doesn't break, I want to look at Ed Markey's testimony, because he spends a significant chunk of time just badgering Schultz, and you can tell specifically towards the end of the clip that it was really getting under Schultz's skin. And this is a longer clip, but it's worth the watch.
I got the chance this week to meet with Caitlin, who is a Starbucks employee from Gardner, Massachusetts. Like you, Caitlin cares deeply about Starbucks. She originally started working for the company in 2006 and came back to rejoin Starbucks in 2021. When she came back, she saw Starbucks similar to how you describe it in your testimony, a company that had lost its way. She saw a company that now only cared about money at the expense of the health and well-being of its workers.
Wow.
So to help save the Starbucks she once knew and loved, Caitlin and her co-workers formed a union. They wanted to revive a wayward company, make your company better. But you vilify Caitlin and her colleagues for caring. You demonize them for participating in their fundamental right to organize. And worse, you and your company set out to punish Caitlin and her colleagues, withholding benefits and raises, cutting hours, and purposefully understaffing to harm their most dedicated partners. So when you give us 10 pages of testimony extolling the benefits that Starbucks offers its employees, that's not what I see. I see Caitlin. I see you squeezing the people who have made you rich with blatant disregard for the law, perhaps because you think if you can hire the lawyers and pay the union-busting consulting firms, you can get away with violating other people's rights, with disregarding their dignity, and with silencing working people in America. But here's the thing. If you can pay the lawyers and the consultants and the PR specialists, you can also pay the workers a fair wage. So you say that your father was unfairly fired after he was injured on the job. Your father had no rights, and your family paid the price. That is how your workers now feel.
Yeah.
Can I respond, sir?
30 seconds.
Only 30 seconds. I need more time for that.
Well, I'm sorry, that's
You
all.
bring up my
Every
father.
member here is.
Bring up my father. You don't understand, sir. My father was a World War II veteran, fought for this country in the South Pacific. You don't understand.
I understand
Yeah,
completely.
let me-
Your
let me-
father
Yeah.
was...
Can I finish, sir?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Your father served our country and then the company he worked for.
Can I respond, Chairman?
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't understand.
Just
Let me ask
respond
you a
if you're gonna
question,
respond.
since you cited the union as the answer. Is there a union contract that you personally are aware of that provides comprehensive health insurance, equity in the form of stock option, free college tuition? Is there at $17.50 and an average of $27 with benefits? Are you aware of a union contract? Sir, answer the question.
The issue with him, he's bragging about paying people $17 an hour. But if our wages were to keep increasing with inflation, which they haven't, the minimum wage is still like $7 an hour. Like in many states, actually, I think it went up to like 11 now, dollars an hour, maybe 15 in certain states. In some states, it's probably still $7 an hour. I don't know. I think it went up though. But like that's still not enough. If wages would have kept going up with inflation, we should be making around like $20-something an hour minimum. That should be the minimum wage. But because it's not, that's why you're seeing all this poverty and struggling and people can't afford housing, and because the minimum wage just isn't high enough. And a lot of companies just don't offer, good benefits.
The union contract that has those benefits, sir,
Mr. Schultz.
Are you aware?
Mr. Schultz, here's your testimony.
Are you aware?
Looking back,
Oh,
it is clear to prior to my return last April, the company had lost its way. That it had fallen under the dangerous influence of Wall Street short-termism. That I had always tried to.
I asked you a question, sir.
Sir,
You don't understand.
Your testimony says that your own company lost its way, and it will lose its way again unless there's a union there to make
Senator
it
Hassan,
accountable.
thank you. Senator Hassan.
Are you aware?
Many companies.
Mr. Schultz,
Tremendous
Mr.
difficulty.
Schultz. Senator Hassan, please.
You don't understand.
You don't understand.
That was incredible. How dare you question me, the great Howard Schultz, CEO of Starbucks, worth billions of dollars? Look, dude, like all of us, you shit, you eat. Even if we have a capitalistic society that props up people like you, your shit still stinks. So they don't like remembering that, like all of us, they're just human beings, right? So when you challenge them, though, after they've been surrounded by yes men and yes women for years, potentially decades, that's what happens. They melt down because they just can't tolerate any level of scrutiny. Now, it's interesting the excuse that he used for not supporting unions. He honestly believes, and many companies do, that existing benefits and comparatively higher pay is a solid defense for his company's union busting, or a solid alternative to unionization altogether. But this is what companies say to convince workers that a union is unnecessary. And more workers are finding out that this line is bullshit.
It's bullshit.
And the reason why folks like Howard Schultz are against unions is because as much as he claims he's paying his workers, he knows that workers would be paid more and treated better if they had unions. And what's a little bit ironic is that in the middle of Starbucks' union busting campaign, as they retaliate against their employees exercising their constitutional rights, they end up unwittingly demonstrating why unions are so important in the first place. Because these companies don't give a shit about their employees. They will chew them up and spit them out the second it's convenient to them. So as much as they claim that they care about their employees, well, you don't care enough to not retaliate against them for doing what they are constitutionally permitted to do. So in the end, it was satisfying to watch Howard Schultz get grilled for sure. But there were, of course, Republicans.
All right, so we're done with that one.
Interference for him, Mitt Romney being one of them.
Ohio train derailment poisons EPA workers.
For his cars. You had Mark Wayne Mullen go back and forth with Bernie Sanders, saying that Bernie Sanders is demonizing rich people, and Bernie Sanders.
Oh yeah. I covered that too, guys. There's a video of a guy called Senator Mullen. And Senator Mullen basically, where's it at? Here it is. Senator Mullen is someone who also was there defending that CEO of Starbucks. But Senator Mullen's also another crappy business owner guy. Let me see. And this was during the St. Patrick's Day, my St. Patrick's Day drunk live stream. So we're gonna start out today because now we're starting. We're like what, like an hour in? I don't even know how long we're into this shit. We're gonna watch Bernie Sanders.
Are you aware?
Yes. So basically, the Teamsters guys.
And it makes me cry.
The Teamster guy literally destroys.
Sean O'Brien is the general president.
Oh my God, what's up with the quality of this shit, dude? Why is it so bad? Teamsters, I'm sorry, I love you guys. I'm gonna subscribe, but the quality of that.
The illusion that MAGA politicians want to project is that they are the
Shut up, whoever the hell you are. Shut up, MSNBC guy. I like the Rational National. Here it is. Immediately. Snap of a finger.
We create opportunity. We create opportunity because we hold.
There's two of me.
CEOs like yourself accountable.
You're calling me a greedy CEO.
And I changed the patch on my hat.
Senate Help Committee hearing on labor relations. A bit of a heated exchange, and that's putting it very lightly, between Republican Senator.
You guys can watch it yourself. But let me cut to the part where black people, but I'm not anti-union, but you know what I mean? You're anti-union.
Intimidating their employees. But you guys haven't ever spoke about when the unions try to unionize, the intimidation they have to other people that aren't wanting to unionize.
This is the other senator, Senator Mullen.
You guys don't mention that.
Intimidation.
Because see, I started with nothing. Absolutely.
I started with nothing.
Mullen became a businessman. At the age of 20, he took over his father's plumbing business. To him, starting with nothing is inheriting his dad's business.
So that's Senator Mullen. You guys can watch that video on my channel if you guys want to. Next topic, Ohio. Train. Sick.
While residents of East Palestine, Ohio, were told repeatedly that their air and water quality was completely fine after a train derailed in their town and essentially released toxic chemicals into their environment, turns out that some of the individuals doing the testing actually fell ill, and it wasn't widely reported that they had fallen ill. So this was an exclusive report by CNN. One of the examples of good reporting from CNN. And before we get to who got sick, why they got sick, and what the excuse is in terms of why the public didn't know about it, let's just do a quick refresher and give you context into what happened during this train derailment. So 11 cars carrying more than 1 million pounds of hazardous chemicals ended up derailing in East Palestine, a small town in Ohio. Now, the chemicals spilled into the soil and air and into 2 small creeks that run through the town. A car carrying flammable vinyl chloride became unstable, sparking fears of a massive explosion. So they decided to do what was referred to as a controlled burn, although there are some conflicting reports as to whether they needed to do a controlled burn. There could have been safer ways of doing this. Nearby residents were evacuated while small holes were punched in the rail cars so vinyl chloride could be channeled into a trench where it was burned. A black mushroom cloud rose over the town and left ash and soot on cars and buildings for miles around. Afterwards, the CDC's Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry sent 15 people to the area to conduct an assessment of chemical exposures. And one of the things that the investigators do is they go to households near the derailment site to ask them if they're experiencing any symptoms related to exposure to these toxic chemicals. And I'll give you the results of their study in just a moment. But before we do, the investigators, some of them got real sick. Now remember, they sent 15 CDC employees to do this investigation. 7 US government investigators briefly fell ill in early March while studying the possible health impacts of a toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. The US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention confirmed to CNN. So Francesca, 7 out of the 15, nearly half of them got ill, and they suffered from symptoms like sore throat, headaches, coughing, nausea, basically the same symptoms that the East Palestine, Ohio residents were experiencing, but were told repeatedly, everything's gonna be okay, you're gonna be fine, everything is safe.
Absolutely. I mean, if only this were in Cuba, and then we could call it, the East Palestine syndrome, and do, 60 Minutes, which we're going to talk about, reports all about the syndrome that must be related to Fidel or something. No, and I'm making that joke because obviously, this is why. TYT and your coverage is so important, is because this is a story that a lot of mainstream news outlets have left, like a toy that they're done playing with. It's done, it's over. We're not gonna follow up, and because it's not follow, it's corporate malfeasance. It fingers both the Biden administration and Republicans. We don't wanna touch it. No, this is exactly why we have to talk about this. And of course there were people who are gonna get sick, and of course the residents are gonna be like, see what happens? This is, mind you, after the head of the EPA goes and drinks the water performatively. I think there's like 2 or 3 moments where different officials are drinking the water, just a total slap in the face. And so, yeah, and I think the CDC workers, like, yes, it's a little bit delicious, sort of, hypocrisy and justice maybe, but they didn't want to necessarily be there cleaning up the mess of, essentially a massive, railroad barons malfeasance. Yeah, they didn't want to be the ones to be the guinea pigs, and yet here they are, as if they hadn't been through enough in these last, 3 years of the pandemic.
Yeah, and it's just so frustrating because it's important to have institutions, government institutions that you can rely on.
Who knows how many years of their life these people just shaved off because of this fucking company and their stupid ass oil spill. Not oil, I mean chemical spill.
On to tell you the truth, that you can, take their reporting, take their investigation, and figure out whether or not it's safe to go back to your home in East Palestine. And in this case, I mean, the argument was, well, we decided that the public didn't really need to know about the 7 CDC investigators who experienced these symptoms because when they were told to go home and rest, their symptoms were alleviated and they were able to get back to work and do their thing. No, but you don't get to make that decision. The local community there deserves to know about the reality of the situation. They deserve to know every moment of that investigation, what the outcome was, whether or not the CDC employees felt ill as they were doing their investigation.
Gamer subs.
Because they need to make decisions about how to move forward. Do they go back to their homes? Is it safe for their kids? But there's more to this that's pretty incredible. So again, all of the symptoms that they experienced were consistent with what the residents were experiencing. And by the way, apparently continue to experience, but they keep getting told that everything is safe, everything is fine. So early results of the Ohio ACE survey, so that's the survey that the CDC did, show that more than half of the 514 residents who have taken it so far have experienced symptoms after the derailment. So what are the top symptoms? Well, 74% of the residents said that they are experiencing headaches, 61% said anxiety, 53% say coughing, 53% say fatigue, 50% reported that they were experiencing pain, irritation, or burning of the skin, and another 50% say, or 50% of them also say that they experienced stuffy nose and sinus congestion. Now, the CDC spokesperson said in a statement to CNN, quote, symptoms resolved for most team members later the same afternoon and everyone resumed work on survey data collection within 24 hours. Impacted team members have not reported ongoing health effects. So in their minds, everything's okay. I mean, they got better. They were able to go back to work within 24 hours. So that's the reason why we just didn't really feel the need to report this widely. And why are we finding out about this now? Because the investigators' symptoms improved soon after they left the area. The incident was not reported to the public, a CDC official said, noting that reports of illnesses experienced by CDC personnel on the job wouldn't ordinarily be disclosed. Why not? Why wouldn't they ordinarily be disclosed, especially if they're investigating something, a chemical release into the environment that could impact the local community's health?
Because
it absolutely should be.
Corporations own the government, and if people find out, then democracy not real.
Ordinarily disclosed.
Democracy, very not real. The CDC experienced this. Especially
apparently
with capitalism
there were
in it.
Workers for the Environmental Protection Agency who also reported similar symptoms.
Or unfettered capitalism, laissez-faire capitalism. That's what it's called. If you want to be more precise.
Got better within 24 hours. Apparently, they went back to work and didn't feel the need to widely report
corporate capitalism,
or widely report the illnesses to both the press or the local community. Any final thoughts?
Unregulated capitalism.
No, the biggest thing is they get to go home, right? They get to leave East Palestine. The residents do not have that option. And all of this is to save money for everyone to keep passing the buck back and forth between, corporate greed and government. And when you hollow out places like the CDC or the EPA or FEMA and you gouge them, yeah, they're not equipped. And yeah, I mean, so I understand being like, we should
Yeah,
put
they don't
these
have the money
residents
to
up
sue
in
the companies
hotels,
or
which is what they should do for months and months and months until they know it is safe to move back. But again, we don't really have that infrastructure. We don't have that infrastructure when it comes to climate change. We don't have that infrastructure when it comes to corporations who are gonna do late stage capitalism all over us and make us clean up their messes time and time again. Look, you can't have it both ways. If you want the free market to be able to use us as their little garbage bin, then you better help and assist people so when these things inevitably do go wrong, people aren't stranded.
Absolutely. The local community absolutely deserves to be paid damages. They deserve to be put up in hotels where they and their children are safe for many of the environmental impact here. But more importantly, just taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture, I just don't really want to hear much from the Biden administration about what the Trump administration was able to do unilaterally in rolling back regulations pertaining to these rail companies. The Biden administration can undo what the Trump administration did. They can do the same thing unilaterally, but have chosen not to. So why haven't they re-implemented the very regulations pertaining to the braking
Biden
systems
sucks.
that the Trump administration had repealed from the Obama
Are you aware
administration?
Biden sucks?
I would like.
So that was that. Yeah, people are dying in East Palestine. EPA workers are getting sick. Cover up, cover up, cover up. And we thought this only happened in Chernobyl. Hey, Keemstar. Keemstar Chernobyl. Let me see. Oh, I thought there was a clip of him saying Chernobyl wrong. Keemstar saying Chernobyl wrong.
Decided we're gonna cancel Russia. That's what we.
It's just I just threw this in there.
If you think about it, why do we put all these restrictions on Russia? Excuse me, Russia.
Holy fucking hell. I just realized this is like no bullshit. It's like completely neutral people just giving the fucking like exact, like just giving like facts and logic here.
And do you want to know why? Do you want to know why we're failing in foreign?
This dude's so fucking drunk.
The same day?
And cancel culture. Because if you think about
Okay,
it, right?
you spoke too soon.
If you think about it, why do we put all these restrictions on
Restrictions.
Like exact, like just giving like
and cancel culture.
All these restrictions on Russia.
Think about
Okay,
it, right?
you spoke too soon.
If you think about it, why do we put all these restrictions on Russia? Excuse me, Russia. Because they invaded a sovereign nation, Ukraine, right? And this administration and our country all together decided we're gonna cancel Russia. That's what we did. That is exactly
We
what
just
we
canceled
did. Say
Russia.
something
That's all we.
different than that.
We canceled Russia.
Be doing a bit.
Oh my God.
As a bet, it's not that bad. As a serious, then it's like, you know.
A Ukraine flag up in my yard. We support Ukraine. Fuck Russia, dude. Cancel culture is ruining the entire globe. That's what it is. Laugh all you want. Call it something different.
Like a
You
fever
can't.
dream.
Jesus Christ. Where's the funny Chernobyl bit?
Restriction.
For Russia.
Guy,
I don't know. I thought I could find the Chernobyl bit, guys. He says Cherbolesque or some shit. What is next on the list? We're done with this shit. Richard Wolf and Hassan Ukraine take. I support Ukraine's fight to the last Ukrainian. Go Ukraine! Good luck. I really support you guys. I love you guys. Fuck Russia. Ay, ay, ay. Dylan Burn.
Declare yourself a neutral
So
state.
this
give
is
up all of our weapons. We'll make it so you have to invade it.
Oh,
We'll
this
force you to
shit's
invade us, you get
long,
nothing.
dude. Fuck that. So basically, Hassan and Richard Wolf went on the H3 podcast, and Hassan and Richard Wolf basically said like that we're defending Russia or whatever. No, that we're attacking. That we're defending Ukraine. Just for imperialistic and like corporate or whatever reasons, which there are those reasons in there or whatever. Fuck, let me find the whole thing. Vosh, that's how Vosh make a clip. Vosh Hassan. What the fuck is this? I didn't click nothing. All I did was look up Vosh Hassan. Oh my god, 40 minutes, dude. Oh, 40 minutes. Oh. Listen, all I'm gonna say is Richard Wolf and Hassan, bad take.
Also, the Russian government's intent is explicitly genocidal. Yes, it is. Keep in mind, blood and soil
Bad
was literally
take.
in Putin's like initial premise for the invasion of Ukraine, justification-wise, and
Oh
Russian
my God,
state
what's
media.
going on now? All right, so let's just move on. Yeah, bad take from them. Come on, guys. Be more pro-Ukrainian. I'm not anti-Ukraine. I'm just saying, like, you literally can't do any criticism. You can't even, like, no small little criticism of anything. So don't even touch that. Dirty history of USA and banana wars. Let's look that up. USA banana wars. I'm about to crash. I'm getting to that limit. Banana wars. How the U.S. stole Central America from Johnny Harris. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun.
The American nation cannot, must not, and will not permit the establishment of another communist government.
This is called a Cavendish banana. It's the most common banana on earth. It's probably the one that you have in your kitchen right now. It's definitely the one you see in the grocery store. This banana was created in a fancy-looking house in England. Yes, created, and yes.
So this video is about how the United States of America and food corporations work together to invade Central America, Cuba, other countries, Haiti, and steal their bananas. That's it.
England. Kind of weird. Bananas aren't from England. They're originally from Asia. And there are thousands of different kinds of bananas. So how did this banana, the Cavendish, that was created in England, become the banana that you eat today? Well, the answer to that is not so simple. You have to understand the story of bananas, which, yes, is something we're diving into today. It's a story filled with predatory corporations and geopolitics and American imperialism and disease and really some amazing marketing. It explains how corporations can grow so big that they begin to act like governments, like dictators. And it explains why this banana, the Cavendish, the one you know and love, might not exist soon.
The world's most popular banana may be on the verge of extinction.
Oh, and while I was diving deep into this, I discovered that there's a better tasting banana out there. One that isn't supposed to exist anymore, but I got my hands on some. And yes, they're better. So, buckle up. This is the effed up history of bananas. We're pausing this story really quick because I just need to thank the sponsor of today's video, which is Stamps.com.
Oh,
a service that I
yeah.
have
Stamps.com. They're really good.
used. Okay, so bananas are...
Oh, fuck me. Gosh.
Johnny
Clicked
Harris.
out.
If you sign up, you'll get this scales. /Johnny Harris. Start your trial, get a free scale and some postage, and never have to go to the post office again. Okay, so bananas are from Southeast Asia, but like 400 years ago, Europeans were taking over the world, and the Portuguese brought bananas over to the Americas. A few hundred years later, an American sailor was in Jamaica, and he found this funny-looking exotic yellow fruit, and money started flashing in his eyes. He started selling bananas to Americans, who quickly loved this new fruit. Bananas were trending. People were talking about it. So then fast forward to nearly the end of the 1800s, and you have the World's Fair, where all the people show up and show off their new technology. At the fair, you've got this guy, Alexander Graham Bell, who's showing up with his cute little new invention that's about to change the world. But another crowd favorite at the expo was the banana. Yes, bananas were equally as impressive as the telephone at the World's Fair. The banana business started booming in the United States. Much of these bananas flowing in from New York City. The port there was dubbed Banana Docks for a while because of so much fruit import. So now you have all these Americans eating this sweet, creamy, delicious fruit and throwing the slippery peels onto the street. It got so bad that the police commissioner at the time, oh God, I can't get away from this guy, Teddy Roosevelt. Once again, I swear, I get into any story, I like start to research it, and it's like, yeah, and then there's American imperialism, and it's like Teddy Roosevelt like shows up. Anyway, so Teddy Roosevelt, the police commissioner, starts putting a fine on people for throwing their banana peels on the sidewalk. Like, this isn't just like a silly fake joke. It's like, this is a real thing. People slipped on banana peels.
Patrick, banana peel, don't!
And you could go to jail for it. I mean, look at this. There's this New York Times article documenting Teddy Roosevelt, the police commissioner, speaking to a room of police captains, explaining, quote, the bad habits of banana skins, and dwelling particularly on its tendency to toss people into the air and bring them down with terrific force on the hard pavement. This was a real issue.
Really?
Okay. Banana docks, Teddy Roosevelt, slippery banana peels, silly newspaper articles from the late 1800s. This isn't the story here. We're just getting started. This is like bananas like innocent phase.
Chiquita.
It's about to heat up. Let's see how bananas turned from this to this. The banana business people in the US realized it was time to ramp up to meet all of this new demand. But instead of just importing more bananas from, say, Jamaica or other countries in the Caribbean, the banana companies realized that they needed to control the supply chain. Let me explain what I mean by a second by looking at this banana. Bananas are fragile. They're soft. They spoil in like a week. Like this one's like moments away from spoiling. Look at those spots. To get this thing from somewhere close to the equator all the way to New York City and then into someone's market and then into somebody's home, all without it being crushed and without it spoiling, is a fragile, quick, expensive process. And the only way to do it profitably is to do a lot of it. A lot of bananas.
Uh-oh.
And the only way to do a lot of bananas is to control the supply chain. So it's like 1900 at this point. There's a banana gold rush happening.
Here we
There's a bunch
go.
of companies trying to figure out how to control the supply chain. And then they decide to sort of merge together and become this one super company called the United Fruit Company. And their plan for combining was to control everything, control the supply chain. They turned their attention completely to Central America, where they know bananas could grow abundantly and where, oh, look at this, the US is thinking about making a little canal that cuts through this little narrow strip of land. So the United Fruit Company is like, that's kind of a nice perk for the region. If anything goes wrong, the US could have our backs. Foreshadowing. Am I foreshadowing? I'm foreshadowing. So yeah, United Fruit Company's like, this region, Central America, looks like a great neighborhood to control the supply chain. They wanted to control the people who worked on the farm by owning their basic survival needs. They wanted to control the houses they lived in and the stores they shopped in and what they could buy. They wanted to control the transportation by building railways so that they could quickly ship their product onto ports. They wanted to control the boats and the waterways so that they could get all of these bananas from Central America to the US before they spoiled. They started with Guatemala, pouring tons of investment into controlling every inch of their supply chain. Soon, they were the largest company in Guatemala. They owned a fifth of the farmable land in the country. They owned all of the railways.
Dude. That's such
and
bullshit.
all of the radio stations
You see-
and radio infrastructure.
Here we
And by 1901,
You see how like corporations can easily just monopolize and like become like so powerful where they can hire militaries and mercenaries and
the government of Guatemala actually hired the United Fruit Company to manage the country's postal service. What? United Fruit was starting to look a lot like a government, and the result was a lot of happy banana-eating Americans. So they kept going. They kept expanding their operations across Central America. So now with all of this beautiful infrastructure and trains and land, the next strategy for making bananas even more profitable was, you guessed it, paying the workers next to nothing. Oh, and paying them not with real money. A lot of the times, United Fruit paid their workers in vouchers. These vouchers could only be used in designated United Fruit commissaries. So they're not actually making real money here. So wait, now the United Fruit Company has its own currency? Oh, and they also had like a private navy. 93 boats called the Great White Fleet. But then eventually they started using these boats to like transport people on cruises. These boats were even used during World War II. United Fruit started to look like a literal government. They had their hands in everything, so much so that they earned themselves the nickname El Pulpo, which means the octopus in Spanish, meaning they had their tentacles in everything all over Central America. The land, the crops, the people, the infrastructure, and soon enough, government agencies. Soon these countries became so dominated by and reliant on the United Fruit Company that they were no longer run by the people or the governments. They were run by American banana companies who had all the power and leverage in the world. This led to the nickname Banana Republic, which is a politically unstable country whose society is exploited for profit for one single product, in this case, bananas. Yeah, and probably not the best sort of thing to name your clothing store after. Like, just a thought, but like, who made that decision? United Fruit and other banana companies continued to grow and control Central America. Eventually, people got tired of this. In 1911, Honduras was like, all right, we're done, banana companies. Like, we're gonna take back our land. We can take it from here. These are our plantations. You've gone too far. Banana companies didn't like this. So they organized a private army to help overthrow the government so that they could put in a president that they liked, who would allow them to keep doing exactly what they were doing and also give them a tax break. So yeah, banana companies are now overthrowing governments. Jeez. This kept happening. Anytime there was political dissent or the governments of these countries started to like step up and say like no, the banana companies would
I wonder why Central and South America and like all these little other countries are so poor and shitty and like crappy and like not developed at all and not advanced, and like it's almost like if they've been raided by Vikings or something, you know? It's wow.
Intervene. And guess who had their back? The US military. And yes, we're back to Teddy Roosevelt's. Teddy Roosevelt's. What a guy. Here's Teddy stomping around the Caribbean with his big stick, making sure that American military and business interests are protected. In Honduras alone, the US invaded 7 times in the early 1900s, all in the name of protecting these banana companies and other US interests from having to face these pesky locals who were so audacious as to want to run their own country. How dare they? You have to remember that at this time, the US was starting to get really comfortable with empire behavior, and Central America was at the top of the priority list. The banana companies knew this, which allowed them to feel emboldened to just sort of do whatever they wanted in the region. Okay, but this is sort of child's play. It started to get a lot worse in the 1920s. There was a situation in Colombia where a bunch of workers for the United Fruit Company decided to stop working and protest their working conditions. They were asking for a few things like, I don't know, working 6 days a week instead of 7, or getting paid real money. The United Fruit Company refuses to negotiate with them and instead goes to the US and says, hey USA, we've got these really annoying workers who are like trying to unionize.
Workers trying to unionize?
And it actually smells a lot like communism. And the US is like, wait, what, communism? Tell me more. So then the US threatens to invade with their Marines and squash this strike if the Colombian military doesn't do something first. Reminder that we're not talking about some big political revolution or rebellion. We're talking about a few workers in a banana plantation protesting for more humane conditions. And yet, this was a priority for the US government to put pressure on Colombia to fix the situation. Of course, Colombia didn't want to make the US angry, so they responded and sent in their own troops to go put down this workers' strike. And they were ordered to, quote, spare no ammunition.
Oh my God.
So on December 5th, 1928, the protesters are in the town square in this town in Colombia, and the Colombian army shows up and massacres them. Men, women, and children were killed by their own military, all because an American banana company didn't up and massacres them.
The most accomplished
Wow.
you will ever meet. As a point of fact, I'm smoking a cigar right now in an undisclosed location. And I never am without a cigar. When I inhale at night,
That's crazy. So this shit says,
I inhale from a giant cigar.
I think it says 100, 100 muertos. 100 muertos y 238 heridos. En el something conflicto de la región bananera.
Men, women, and children were killed by their own military, all because an American banana company didn't want to pay them a decent wage. I mean, this is madness.
It was because American
madness to think
companies, not just
that
because
these
communism.
large geopolitical forces were coming to bear over a banana plantation. This event is called the Banana Massacre. This didn't stop in 1928. Fast forward to Guatemala in the 1950s. At this point, the United Fruit Company, El Pulpo, is making major profits. They own almost 50% of the land in Guatemala tax-free. But this president, Jacobo Arbenz, who was democratically elected, is trying to change things. He wants to take land that United Fruit owns but isn't using and redistribute it to poor Guatemalans. He's sort of doing like a Robin Hood thing, trying to like lift poor Guatemalans out of poverty. But of course, United Fruit didn't like this. But instead of engaging directly with the Guatemalan government, United Fruit goes to the White House and says those magic words again: communism. United Fruit then hired this PR magician who happened to be Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he worked with news agencies to create a bunch of fake stories that linked Arbenz, the president of Guatemala, to communism. Completely fake news. And not just like using that word lightly, like he created a fake Guatemalan newspaper, created all these fake reports, and then distributed those fake newspapers to Congress. He planted the seeds in their minds that United Fruit Company were the good guys and that Arbenz, the democratically elected leader, needed to go because of communism. It totally worked. President Eisenhower, the president of the United States, believed all of this. And he sent in the CIA to get Arbenz out of power, to protect the banana people once again. So it's a classic CIA coup. They go find a bunch of rebels, they give them money, and they train them.
Rebels rose to oust Guatemala's red-infiltrated government.
They find a leader who wants to be the next president that's friendly to the US, and eventually they start broadcasting anti-government propaganda, and they turn Guatemalans against their government with all of this fake news and propaganda. They send the Navy in to block Guatemalan waters, they send some bombs onto Guatemala City, and then
damn, that's just crazy,
invade.
yo. I gotta share this shit with mine.
And then with these trained fighters, they go take over the government, The Guatemalan army surrenders, and the leader of the rebels becomes the new president, friendly to the United States. And now the banana companies are happy, and they have a guy in power that is their guy. They have a playbook on how to like mess with democracies around the world, and they just sort of followed the playbook. They're like, oh, we've done this before. We're gonna do it again in Iran in a little bit. Like, this is like classic CIA coup. By the way, this coup was sort of a death blow to democracy in Guatemala. It divided and destroyed the budding civil society that has not allowed Guatemala to recover since. All because these banana companies wanted to control the supply chain. These things leave scars, major marks on a country, scars that are still felt today. Okay, let's switch gears for a second, because all of this sort of banana like coups and banana republics and massacres is like horrendous. But during all of this violence and military invasions and human rights violations, all of this meant that the United Fruit Company was getting really, really good at their business. They were sending too many bananas to the United States. There was a ton of banana supply, but demand wasn't rising fast enough. The average American didn't totally know how to use bananas. So the United Fruit Company creates this amazing marketing campaign. So now they're paying doctors to write amazing academic journal articles about bananas. They cut a deal with Kellogg's to like market the cereal as something that pairs with bananas, which is something I still do today. I cut up my bananas and I put them in my cereal because of this campaign. They targeted moms with small children. They made recipe books. They even created a guide on how to decorate with bananas.
Bananas can be served in many different and many attractive ways. Blended with fruits, nuts, and gelatins, they provide high food value and nourishment.
But their biggest success was Miss Chiquita.
I'm Chiquita Banana, and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way, and when they're flecked with brown and have a golden hue, bananas taste the best and are the best for you.
The American public fell in love with this lady and bananas. They had no idea that these bananas were being produced and shipped and bought with blood. They just liked how they taste. But isn't that the case with a lot of things that we all consume every day? But there's one thing that US imperialism and millions of dollars of marketing cannot control, which is disease. This is the part of the story that I tell you that the bananas that were all the rage during the 1900s are not the bananas that you're eating today. Part of United Fruit Company's efforts to control everything was standardizing the genetics of the banana, making them all exactly the same. Monocultures is what we call that. The problem with monocultures is that they are like heaven for a disease, because you don't have to solve the same puzzle to infect another banana. If you infect one, you infect them all. And that's exactly what happened. Panama disease was a fungus that came in and destroyed banana plantations. The banana supply in the US shrank rapidly, and there was even a hit song about the banana shortage.
We have no banana today.
The banana that they had been using, the one that was getting really popular in the US, was called the Gros Michel, or the Big Mike banana. But it was now completely getting ravaged by disease. So these banana companies are freaking out. They're like, we are done. Like, we've built this entire empire, and this disease is gonna wipe us out. So they started to scramble to find another banana. It turns out there's like 1,000 types of bananas out there. There's like red ones and blue ones and like teal ones. I mean, a blue banana. I feel like I have to eat a blue banana at some point in my life. But here's the problem. Us Americans, we buy our food kind of with our eyes first. We're just like, it needs to look good. And so these companies realized that they couldn't send a blue banana to the United States. They needed a banana that looked similar. Yellow, sweet, and seedless, so that they could keep selling to Americans who hopefully wouldn't notice the switch. Enter our friend, the Cavendish banana. Like I said in the beginning, this banana was invented by a British guy who was tinkering with banana seeds in this amazing looking house in northern England. And after years of playing around with the genetics, the plant finally flowered and popped out this big, beautiful yellow banana. And so he named it after the Duke, William Cavendish. So now here's the sad part. The Gros Michel, the one that had caught on that was like the big hit in America, was a way better banana, is a way better banana. It is sweeter, it's more durable, and it's just overall a better banana compared to the Cavendish. In fact, the artificial banana flavor that we have in our candies, like Laffy Taffy, comes from the original Gros Michel, not from the Cavendish.
wow.
But the Gros Michel was getting destroyed by this disease, and the Cavendish was luckily resistant to the disease. So the dictator banana companies made the switch and hoped that the people wouldn't care or notice as long as they looked the same. And guess what? It totally worked. They quietly switched out the banana to the new Cavendish, and people just kept buying bananas. I mean, I can't believe that there is a better banana out there that I have not tasted. Wonder if I can get my hands on one.
Can you order those online or something?
The Gros Michel banana still exists. It's just a select few people on this planet still grow it, and I found a farm that sent me a few. I'm gonna try this thing. Gros Michel, let's do this.
Wow.
What a beautiful banana.
That's cool.
Wow. I mean, I'm obviously primed to like this more, so I don't know if I'm really liking it more, but it's definitely a better banana right now in my mind. Slightly different color. It's got this like burgundy vibe going on. It's sweeter. I like the texture more. I think this is a better banana. Too bad this thing got completely wiped out by a disease. Okay, so let's get up to speed before we finish this story off, because the last part of it is quite interesting and applies to our modern day. To summarize, bananas came to the US, predatory companies invaded whole countries to help the US exploit them for bananas while using amazing marketing to keep demand up. And because of this Panama disease, they had to switch to the inferior Cavendish banana. So where do we go from here? United Fruit eventually rebranded to Chiquita. They're still doing some pretty shady stuff, like paying millions of dollars to terrorist death squads and getting sued by workers who have become sterile after handling pesticides. Banana companies will probably always do this.
Oh my
because
God.
the other thing that remains is that bananas are still soft and spoil quickly and grow in faraway places from where you eat them. So the entire supply chain needs to be controlled. And the other thing that hasn't changed is that the new banana is genetically optimized so that every banana is exactly the same, so it fits perfectly into these boxes, into these crates, onto these ships, into these supermarkets. But guess what? There's another disease. The Panama disease, the one that wiped out the Gros Michel, it's back. And it's mutated, and it's coming for the Cavendish. And what's tricky about these diseases is there's no way to detect them before they arrive, before it's too late. It just quietly kills the banana trees and makes it impossible to ever grow there again. You have to burn the entire plantation. This is already happening in the Philippines, which is the second largest exporter of bananas. The disease has devastated the land and the banana economy. It's making its way through Asia. Okay, but Asia's like super far away, and it's like there's a whole ocean in between. It's like all our bananas come from Latin America. Wrong. In 2019, it was detected in Colombia. And in April of this year, just a few months ago, the disease was found in Peru.
Oh my
right next to Ecuador, which is the largest exporter of bananas that come to the US. It's coming for your bananas. So everyone's on high alert. And bananas, as we know them, might be doomed. So now we're seeing history kind of repeat itself. We're looking at the potential collapse of a $25 billion industry and entire economies, which is like hundreds of thousands of jobs. To me, the big problem here, the thing that's repeating itself, is the same problem of United Fruit Company going in, trying to control every angle of their production to maximize profits. When we have companies that feel emboldened to do whatever it takes to make the most profit, you're gonna get situations like this, whether it is banana massacres in Colombia, or a coup in Honduras, or a monoculture that gets wiped out by disease time and time again. We try to engineer our way out of these problems, and we sometimes do, but at the end of the day, nature will catch up with us. And as long as we ignore the true costs of these economies, the cost to people, to democracies, to ecologies, we're never actually going to get rid of these problems. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Johnny. That was a really good video. Dirty history of US and banana. We're done with that. God damn, that video made me feel like That video made me feel like this.
Man, that good one, man. They got another one, man. What do you call the difference between a man and a little squirt gun?
Little squirt gun.
Man, they gotta watch that friendly fire. Man, you gonna they're gonna frag me like a dango. I tell you what, man, that dango NRA with our rights, man. The insurance you get with dismemberment night like that, you get like $20,000 just for your arm blows off, man.
I love that guy.
Tell you what, man, he gets all prettied up and then they'll comb his hair over and off to the side, man. And go act like this, like, get my good side, man. Just dang old pretty sissy out like that.
Jesus Christ. Boomhauer's so dope. I love that. We do this one right now. What's our next topic? Micronauls. We have a lot of shit to get through. Fuck. Alright, we'll do that Cuba thing some other time. Here we go. Kyle Kalinske says it.
Transgenderism is true. It is all online because of what he says, you know. So Michael Knowles, or as we call him, the Daily Wire third stringer, he gave a speech at CPAC, and he made a comment that blew up and went viral online because of what he says. You know, they would argue, oh, this is a mucked up scandal, this is a fake scandal. I don't know, man. At plain face value reading of this, it seems like it should be a scandal because what you're saying is kind of insane. So let's listen and then we'll break it down.
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism. It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can become women, then it's true for everybody of all ages. If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too. And if it's false, then we should not indulge it.
Stupid.
Especially since that indulgence
Look how stupid he
requires
looks.
taking away the rights and customs
The way he
of
moves
so
his
many
head.
people.
Yeah.
If it is false,
Yeah,
then
if
for
it
the
is
good of
false.
society, and especially for the good of the poor people
He
who
does
have
the
fallen
Trump
prey
thing.
to this confusion,
Good society.
transgenderism must be eradicated from public life.
Transgenderism must
the
be
whole
eradicated.
preposterous ideology at every level.
Transgenderism must be eradicated
You know what
from
that
public
means?
life entirely. That is the direct quote.
He wants to
Now,
kill trans people.
After he said this, a bunch of articles
Literally.
had headlines that said things to the effect
Literally
of,
wants to kill trans people. Matt Walsh.
Michael Knowles wants to eradicate trans people. So Michael Knowles and his other little Daily Wire sycophants launched a PR campaign to say, this is libelous, this is smearing, we'll sue you, you better pull down these articles. And so then the headlines on the articles were changed to just like directly quote him, where they said he wants to eradicate transgenderism, as opposed to saying he wants to eradicate transgender people. He's trying to draw a distinction to make it sound like, hey man, I'm not going too far. I'm not sounding genocidal.
Yeah.
And so his distinction is, I'm not saying get rid of all trans people. I'm just saying get rid of the transgender ideology. But let me ask you this. If you're trying to get rid of the quote-unquote transgender ideology or transgenderism, then isn't it the logical extension of that you're eliminating trans people? Certainly not. Certainly from now on, right? Because you clearly want to ban the procedure, even for adults, from now on, right? See, it's almost like the argument he's making is like, no, I don't want to retroactively get rid of.
Imagine if you said, We need to eradicate Judaism. That's That's literally Nazi shit right there. Nazi shit right there. You can't say that. So just saying, oh, we want to eradicate transgenderism, that's Nazi shit. That's genocidal. You can't do that. I want to eradicate atheism. How do you get rid of... There's people that aren't going to like just change their mind. So how do you get rid of that? You either jail them, you kill, you Minecraft them. That's genocidal.
Of trans people. So if somebody's already trans, okay, I guess we can let you live. Wow, so kind. But from here forward, we need to get rid of transgenderism. Well, that's... Okay, Michael, I don't know how to say this to you while being kind. Both of those things are bad and wrong. Both of those things are wrong. And you could tell, look, he really is giving us insight into the far right mind here. Because what he says at the beginning, like the confusion is he just doesn't understand trans people. He just doesn't get it at all. So here, I'm going to play it again, and then I'll tell you why it's so telling.
There can be no middle way in dealing with transgenderism. It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can become women, then it's true for everybody of all ages. If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too.
See, that
makes no sense.
I mean, that's just flat out confusion. Like, right? He just doesn't if a man can become a woman or a woman can become a man, it's true for everybody. But like, the numbers show that trans people are a very tiny minority of the population. Now, when we let the boot off the neck a little bit, that number's going to go up a little bit, but it's going to be like, the gay issue where there was a time when the number showed, there are very few gay people. Then the more we became accepting of it as a society, that number ticked up to a certain amount. But even with it ticking up, it's still a minority of the population, and it will remain a minority of the population. Same thing with trans people. It could be, 0.0001% of the population or whatever. Maybe when you let your boot off the neck, it shoots up to 1% or 2%, right? But, like, my point here is, no, being trans is true for some people. And it's clearly something that exists in the world.
You can French kiss the guy next to you.
Civilizations have
you can French kiss the guy next to you.
That's like okay. This. You can do that.
It's effectively the idea that you're kind of born in the wrong body. Like, you may be, you may be, your sex may be male, but you effectively have like a female brain, and so you want to outwardly express how you feel inside, and vice versa. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. Who cares? I totally file it under the who cares category in the same way I look at gay people where it's like, hey, God bless, good for you. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? But for them, it's like they cling to this idea, like a baby clings to its blanket, of these traditional gender roles, and there's the pure masculine and the pure feminine, and you fit in one box or the other. And if you don't, oh my God, that's evil and wrong and bad, and it's degeneracy. But like, Michael, here's what we need to understand. Nobody gives a fuck what you think.
Yeah,
nobody cares about
Fuck
you
off.
and your goofy uber traditional ideology.
Fuck off, you stupid ass religious weirdo.
Ideal past that never even existed in the first place. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And the overwhelming majority of people either are or will eventually be totally comfortable with the idea of some percentage of the population being gay or trans.
Like gay people,
you might
LGBTQ
the opposite
people's
idea that traditional gender roles because of
houses.
Religion or because of culture and tradition or whatever, but ultimately those ideas, that's not gonna hold in the long run. It's just not. Because this is not by any stretch of the imagination a convincing argument. And whether you said, let's eradicate trans people, or you're saying let's eradicate transgenderism, both of those comments are bad and wrong and kind of dumb. It's just like saying, not let's eradicate gay people, like let's eradicate gay ideology. And it's like, what does that even mean? So what, nobody's allowed to talk about attraction to the same sex anymore? Is that it? How dumb is that? How stupid is that? How useless is that? They have nothing but culture war 24/7. And by the way, their obsession with the culture war and the leaning into the culture war issues also serves as a trick to distract people from the reality that these people all support robber barons who are, stealing your money on a regular basis. Billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class does in this country. And they're on the side of the plutocrats. They're on the side of the billionaires. And so they want to distract from the fact that everybody's getting robbed. And they want to divide and conquer the working class along culture war issues. But look, again, this isn't going to work, man. Because I think that the default perspective for most Americans is just like, whatever, man, live and let live. If you're not bugging me, then I don't care. I don't care. And he is so far gone from that ideology. That ideology is nowhere in the room when he's around.
Yeah.
And so, again, the nitpicking over, I didn't say eradicate trans people. I'm not literally calling for a genocide. I'm just saying eradicate transgenderism or gender ideology. So from here on out, we can have no more trans people. Well, look, I hate to tell you, even if you were, in theory, to somehow make it, which you can't, that nobody ever talks about transgenderism ever again, ever, there's still going to be some people who can tell from a very young age, like, yeah, something's off. I'm, my sex is male, but I feel female. Or my sex is female, but I feel male.
Yeah.
That's always going to exist. Whatever you want to call it.
You can't just
whatever you don't call it. That is clearly a thing.
You can't just tell somebody what they feel like. It's their body.
And you can either be normal and cool and like, great, do whatever you got to do to feel
better. And also, people are like, well, it's like a fad. It's like, well, people just want to do it because it's like, oh, popular nowadays or whatever. Is it popular nowadays? 'Cause I feel like you'll get beat up if you are LGBT. You literally get beat up. You get stalked. You get fucking you'll probably try to get murdered by some crazy conservative weirdo whack job. You'll get shot up in a fucking drag show or a fucking club. That's popular? Oh, that's definitely popular. Yeah, it's definitely popular to become LGBT.
Or
oh yeah,
you can
it's
be
so
a weird
popular.
Fundamentalist freak who has a vicious and hateful ideology. But again, I want to make something clear here. They originally argued, him, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, all these guys. No. We're just trying to protect the kids. We just don't want some 4-year-old being able to transition. And, normies look at that and they go, yeah, I get that. You should probably wait until you're a little older before you make that decision. I mean, you literally don't know anything about the world when you're that age. So I get it. That's perfectly fair. But then, slowly but surely, they let the mask slip more and more and more and more to the point where Matt Walsh said on Twitter he thinks a transition surgery should be banned even for adults. And Michael Knowles is saying transgenderism should be eradicated. Well, there is no interpretation of what the direct quote he used, not the misinterpretation or interpretation of he wants to eradicate trans people. Even the direct quote you use, eradicate transgenderism, there's no reasonable interpretation of that. There is no world in which that makes sense. There's no world in which that's correct. That's just you flexing your authoritarian impulse. And by the way, still at this very late date, final point, they still don't accept, the basic explanation of what's going on here. Namely, that yes, your biological sex is totally unchangeable. Your sex is one thing, your gender is another. So biological sex is exactly that. It's biological. So if you're born male, you're male. If you're born female, you're female.
And
right?
some people are intersex.
That's the hard and fast, hardwired type stuff. Of course, everybody agrees to that.
And then the doctor used to decide
gender is different.
Whether to go with a girl or with a guy. Make your thing a girl thing or a guy thing.
Gender is the social construct.
Or the parents can
sex
decide.
Is not, but gender is the
usually
social construct.
Usually that fucks the kid up when they grow up. Because that might not be the right thing.
And the idea around gender is, we have all these arbitrary guidelines and rules. Hey, pink's the girl color, blue's the boy color. High heels are feminine, flat shoes are masculine. And by the way, those are two perfect examples of how made up it all is. Because back in the day, high heels used to be viewed as masculine. Why? It was Ottoman soldiers had to wear high heels to ride their horses, and so it was viewed as very masculine.
Yep.
Well, that flipped at some point. Pink used to be the boy color, and blue used to be the girl color, and that at some point that flipped. So gender is totally cultural. It's just a totally arbitrary framework. And so somebody can be born biologically male but want to embrace the female gender. Trans person, right? And there's something about that appears to be pretty hardwired. So I don't know. The fact that they struggle with this so much is weird to me. Like, why do you struggle with this so much? It clearly exists, right? So,
yeah.
Anyway, there you have it.
Well, thank you, Kyle. That was Kyle from Secular Talk. Oh, God. Let's move on from this weirdo. Let's have a little fun. Let's do the MAGA rally in New York first, before we do the other one. So this rally happened right after Donald Trump was indicted and arrested. Let's see. Humanist report. Oh, that's pretty nice. Mr. Beast defends a trans friend.
The security
I gotta
here,
watch
and
that.
then you see the former president there stepping out of his vehicle. He gave a wave.
From there, he'll go up to the 15th floor where he will await his arraignment, which should be in about 50 minutes.
You're saying as soon as he enters that building, he is technically under arrest?
Yes.
Extra cops out there today, and here comes the former president right now. We don't know where the microphones are, but we know that he's expected to make his way there. This is after being fingerprinted and arraigned, and we assume making a plea.
Happy Trump arrest day, my friends. It finally happened. The former star of Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, has been arrested after surrendering to authorities in New York following a grand jury's criminal indictment on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, to which he predictably pled not guilty to. Now, together, the charges carry a maximum sentence of 136 years in prison, according to Reuters. But since it's Donald Trump and he is considered royalty in this country, I'd be surprised if he even saw a single day in prison, considering he wasn't even handcuffed and didn't get a mugshot taken when he was arrested today. Very equitable justice system that we have here, don't we? Still, the seriousness of this moment can't be understated.
What's
and
up, Whale?
even
How's it going, bro?
He's taking this seriously in the sense that he was surprised that this happened to him. He wrote via Truth Social, heading to the lower Manhattan, the courthouse. Seems so surreal. Wow, they're going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America. MAGA. Now, as Politico explains, although it's the first time a former president has ever faced criminal charges, it may not be the last. At least 3 other criminal probes are circling around Trump. In Georgia, a district attorney is investigating Trump's attempt to subvert that state's results in the 2020 election. And in Washington, D.C., a special counsel is investigating his role in attempting to derail the transfer of presidential power, as well as his handling of national security secrets after leaving office. Now, with regard to that latter issue, the Washington Post reported on April 2nd that the Justice Department reportedly has even more evidence that Trump possibly obstructed justice. And to make matters worse, in a recent interview with Sean Hannity, he couldn't help himself. He self-incriminated even as Sean Hannity was trying to throw him a bone.
I can't imagine you ever saying, bring me some of the boxes that we brought back from the White House. I'd like to look at them. Did you ever do that?
I would have the right to do that. There's
Oh
nothing
my
wrong
God,
with it.
Trump, I don't think you would do it.
Well, I don't have a lot of time, but I would have the right to do that. I would do that. There'd be
All right, let
nothing
me
wrong.
move on.
Fuck it, let's move on.
All right,
I'm
let me
literally
move
trying to
on.
help you here, man, but you just won't shut the fuck up. That response from Hannity was excellent. Now, speaking of Trump not being able to shut the fuck up, he is literally talking shit about the judge who will be hearing his case on Truth Social. He wrote 4 days ago, the judge, quote, assigned to my witch hunt case, a case that has never been charged before, hates me. His name is Juan Manuel Marchand, was handpicked by Bragg and the prosecutors, and is the same person who railroaded my 75-year-old former CFO, Alan Weiselberg, to take a plea deal. And he goes on, but needless to say, it is, I guess we'll call it bold, to attack the judge who is literally hearing your case. And that's not all, because Trump Jr. apparently posted a photograph of the judge with his daughter on Truth Social, which is, I guess it can be interpreted as threatening, given Trump's history of violence in this country. But when you take into account his overall stupidity and privilege.
Trump's
I don't think
pretty
that
stupid, so
any
I
of
don't
this
know.
is surprising. In fact, I'm actually shocked that he's behaving in the way that he is and actually turning himself in. Now, while that happened within the courthouse, all hell broke
Trump's
loose
a dummy, I
outside
don't know.
with Trump supporters throwing hilarious temper tantrums and attacking anti-Trump supporters, specifically anti-Trump banners, and then getting into arguments with them. It was just hilarious. But here's some footage captured by BuzzFeed News reporter David Mack, and this, for some reason, just made my day.
We should throw the district attorney and
Oh my God! Look at that guy.
Are you a sideline? Why are you wearing all that
These
black?
MAGA people are fucking losers, dude.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. You ain't even from New York, bitch. Don't suck a dick. Suck my dick, you fucking mama pansy boy. Born and raised Brooklyn, bitch. Lying, bitch.
Oh my God. Oh my God. She's a baby.
You're on the wrong side. Yo, please.
Whoa.
Yo, police. Get out of here, you old bag of bones! Get out of here, you old bag of bones!
Get out of here, you old bag of bones.
I'm not tourist, bitch. I'm from New York. What's good? What's good? What's good?
Violent communist agitators. Exactly. Probably indivisible USA members.
I just gave y'all what y'all wanted, right? Back off now. Back off. You got your thing.
And now they're turning around, right? They saw the fun and now they're...
She just like literally ruined an old lady's.
Yeah, so I honestly have no idea what was even going
anti-Trump
on there, but I did
thing
find
on the
it
ground.
thoroughly entertaining. Now, there was also some, I guess you would call them celebrities in Trump world that showed up, including George Santos, who was trolled when he arrived, and also Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was eventually run out because people weren't very excited to see her face in New York. Now, she showed up to give a speech in support of Donald Trump, but the problem was there were far more counter-protesters, so she really couldn't even get a word in edgewise because their loudness drowned her out.
Oh my God. This weird lady. Oh my God. Blacks for Trump for Herschel.
Riveting speech, Marjorie. This is probably my favorite speech that she's ever given. Now, she was drowned out, as you heard, by the chanting and the whistling. And get this, NBC News reporter Ben Collins claims that some of the whistles were actually distributed by a Trump supporter who didn't even know that Marjorie Taylor Greene was speaking. So you had some anti-Trump protesters showing up, knowing that Marjorie Greene was going to be there with whistles to drown her out. And then you have some Trump supporters showing up, I guess, to show support with whistles, who kind of unknowingly help to drown out somebody who was there in support of his cause. It's beautiful. I absolutely love it. Now, thankfully, we were able to hear some of Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech before they ran her off because a far-right news network was close enough to kind of hear what she was saying. But even when they were right up to her, you could hear some of it, but she was quickly drowned out as soon as the crowd started to say anything.
Democrats are the communists, and they are destroying America, destroying freedom. Democrats are the ones that have nothing to campaign for because they are failures, and they're proving it today. I want to thank the New York City Young Republicans for organizing this protest. I want to thank the press who are here today to cover this protest and allow me to speak and spread my words. And I would like to thank
Oh my God, Marjorie Titan Greene.
And she left about 30 seconds later, as you can see, and nobody could hear what she was saying. And she was basically run out of that event, which is great. You have people like Jamal Bowen showing up and also clowning on her, which you love to see.
Marjorie Taylor Greene needs to take her ass back to Washington and do something about gun violence. Do something about affordable housing. Do something about childhood poverty. Do something about climate change. Do your freaking job, Marjorie Taylor Greene. You don't need to be in New York City talking that nonsense. Go back to your district. You're not. What are you doing here?
What I love is that Marjorie Greene, she took notice of the attempts to try to stifle her, and she ironically called for the counter-protesters to be arrested for violating her freedom of speech. Let's just stop for a moment and let that sink in. She wants the counter-protesters there exercising their free speech rights to be arrested for violating her free speech rights. She wrote via Twitter, "I'm here in NY to protest with my voice against the weaponization of the justice system on innocent President Trump, but the counter-protesters are coming to commit assault that can cause audible damage to everyone's ears, including NYPD." Shut the fuck up. But Mayor Adams warns me by name. If counter-protesters are violating freedom of speech and committing assault, they should be arrested. Yes, because if people are too loud, then that is tantamount to physical assault, I guess, according to this genius. Now, the last thing that I want to talk about actually pissed me off, because it's not just Trump supporters who were distraught seeing him arraigned. It was also liberals like Van Jones on CNN who, for whatever reason, tried to sanitize Trump's history of violence and criminality because he looked sad, I guess.
He looks sad. Yeah. He looks sad. He looks like the weight of it's hitting him. And, you know, just as a human being, like, I don't take joy. I don't like the prison system. I don't like what it does to people. I don't like this process. So I don't take any celebration in seeing him looking that way. He looks sad. Now, doesn't mean that accountability is not owed. We don't know what he's going to be charged with. There's a lot more, but at that moment, that is not a conqueror. That is a granddad having a very bad day.
Van Jones, shutting the fuck up is free, man. Trump has no remorse for any of the pain and suffering that he caused around the world. But all it takes for liberals like you to feel sympathy for him is just to see him with a sad face. I mean, do you think that Trump felt an ounce of sympathy for the families he destroyed with his drones? Do you think that he shed a single tear after he killed Nawar al-Awlaki, an 8-year-old little girl? Do you think that he felt bad after he vetoed a bipartisan resolution that sought to end U.S. complicity in Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen? Of course he didn't. So he may look like a grandfather who's having a bad day, but this man is no ordinary grandfather. He is a mass murdering war criminal who literally tried to overthrow the U.S. government. And also, he's an associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Aren't we celebrating that one of Jeffrey Epstein's associates is finally seeing some accountability? I mean, I say accountability, and I feel like that isn't necessarily the right word because I would be surprised if he even served a single day in prison. But I mean, all it takes is Trump to have a sad face and all of a sudden liberals like Van Jones are just, they feel guilty. I mean, regardless of the outcome of any of these cases, I can guarantee that Trump's punishment just won't be enough given how bad of a person he is. So, I mean, it's certainly funny on one hand to see the meltdowns and overreactions to Trump getting arrested.
Yeah. And besides that, let's look at... Oh, what the fuck am I doing? MAGA rally... MAGA. This MAGA guy. So this MAGA dude was riding a bicycle around, and he gets fucked up, bro. He falls. He gets fucked off the bike.
No, bitch. Nah, no, you're not.
Yeah. So someone slides a skateboard in between his bike.
Nah, no, you're not.
Look at that. Oh, that he gets falls.
No, bitch. Nah.
fucking QAnon shaman looking dude.
Nah, no, you're not.
Yo.
No, bitch.
Ay, ay, ay.
Nah, no, you're not.
Okay. Oh, that was that. Fucking Vegas. Dude just falling. Oh, god damn. Let's check out some Walt Masterson. He went to New York.
Get to the new world order. Two pronouns. Two pronouns. Two pronouns.
Oh my god. I think Tyler Major Green is talking there.
Trump considers all of us family. That's why he's always asking us for money. Everyone listen to the man selling My Pillow slippers on Rumble. Definitely the guy who's totally legitimate, and you should all listen to every word he says. That is, none of us are here to be violent. This is a peaceful protest. That's why we all brought zip ties and bear spray. That's a peaceful protest without zip ties, bear spray, and tactical gear. Freedom of speech. America first, get the out.
This poor Asian guy. Look at this poor Asian guy. Just
He's doing the sig high. My name's Patrick Walsh. I say you. His name is Patrick Walsh, everyone. Get to the new world order. His name is Patrick Walsh. Arrest him. Arrest him. Get to the new world order. It's not working. Get to the new world order. America first.
yo, he just knocked his drink over.
Get him out of here. Yeah, free speech here for MAGA, not you.
His friend just knocked his drink over. This Asian lady's just there. Yo, the Asian lady's surrounded by weirdos.
You know who this fan knows who I am. I have many fans. I can't tell if he this is like the fake beard or the freedom of speech. Is it possible you hate both? Quiet, we're trying to hear the other people. Beard is a woman you marry because you're gay, not because something you wear on your face.
What the?
Pangea. Millions of years ago when dinosaurs ruled the earth, America was still here. Not our government, but the landmass. A landmass destined for white imperialism. Mar-a-Lago is the winter White House, right? Okay. So, between October and March, right, Trump is president. He is president from the winter White House. When is crime down? The winter. When is disease down? The winter, right? So when is crime up? When is gas prices up? The summer, when Joe Biden takes over.
Shouldn't we all wait to see what the charges are?
Well, I'm angry now. Yeah, I'm angry now.
And what would you tell the president, Trump, obviously, if you could talk to him today on the way?
If I were able to talk to him, I would say, you know, we hear you and we love you, and I currently give you $13.99 a month to your re-election campaign.
And what would you tell the judge?
Well, oh my God. Oh.
Law and order, maybe? Like follow the rules? Do not arrest your enemies just because they disagree with you. You should be arresting Democrats because they disagree with us.
It's smudging because my wife was crying when I made this sign. She was like, please, if you miss one day of work, they're going to fire you. Please. You've already been kicked off of Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. Canceled! For generations, the criminal justice system has been putting innocent people in jail, right? You know, without a trial, chumped up charges, high bail, keeping them...
Is this guy a troll? Yeah, he's definitely a troll.
It happens to a white man. If they could do this to a rich, white, Christian male, that they can do it to anyone like they've been doing it to everyone else. Make America great again! Yeah, that's it, man! Let's fuck Reagan!
Let's fuck Brandon.
We're gonna fuck it! People on the left, just because someone fired away from the wall, all of a sudden it's like, put them in jail. Don't they know that bail reform has killed this city somehow? You can't even go out in the streets because of bail reform. And now they want to put guilty people in jail for crimes? Boo! Down with the left and their... I don't trust the government. I don't trust authority. I think that the government is here to oppress us viciously with
These
violence.
Asian
That's why
people,
I support
these dudes
police
really
departments.
think that they're serious, like MAGA guys.
Wait,
You leftists defunded the police. And that's called the truth there, Dickie.
That's right. We defunded the police to the tune of $12 billion a year. Yes, they were defunded so much. They now have $12 billion a year. Yes, I am. I'm very funny, actually. No, I'm very funny. You know, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am funny. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am funny. Yeah, I am. I'm very funny, sir. That's why I'm a professional comedian. We just real-life ratioed this guy at their protest.
Hey, come on, guys. Let what America have.
America is controlled by 7 corporations, and we want to deregulate them. If you don't like Donald Trump, you are a sex trafficker, just like this man says. We all know where the pedophiles are. Not the thousands of clergymen.
Oh,
not
God.
The cops, the Republican congressmen who are convicted of sex crimes. No. Not the youth pastors. Not the youth pastors. I think there was like 3 this month. It's the drag queens. Not because they touch children or do anything sexual to children. It's because they exist in a culture where I've never met one. How do we protect the children? How do we protect the children? Oh my God, that's a fantastic question. Well, I mean, the #1 killer of children is guns, so ban drag shows? Let's fuck Brandon! He's been too handsome for too long! Yeah! We're gonna get him, we're gonna give him little kisses on his neck! Yeah! Let's give Brandon little boops on the nose! Oh, yes! Afterwards! During the cuddle. After we
These dudes are
fuck him,
confused. These dudes.
we're gonna fuck him! I'm on the side of America! I love America so much I want to build a wall around it! And I love freedom and democracy so much I want to ban every book in the library that I don't intellectually understand! We hate authoritarianism and the government, so obviously we love police officers! Yeah! Yeah! Police! Not, but look, we hate the government. We are not fans of authoritarianism. We love the police. Right? Yes, because you understand that those things don't go together, right? It doesn't make sense when you say all 3 at the once. Let's fuck Brandon! Let's fuck him! We need to protect children.
Oh my God.
That's why we need to only hire cops at schools. The students should also be cops, like in 21 Jump Street. Doors. What are these schools that have doors? There should be no doors. There should be a fence, a barbed wire fence. We should build a panopticon in all public schools and make sure that no one is teaching critical race theory at any time. The same teachers we don't trust to not teach critical race theory should have guns. We don't trust those teachers to not teach critical race theory or gender ideology, and we should also give them guns, because we just don't trust them so much, right? Right?
Freedom!
Sorry about that. Yes. The panopticon. We believe that people should immigrate legally, but also we should make it very, very next to impossible to immigrate legally, because nobody wants to work anymore except for illegal immigrants, which is why they're taking our jobs. Yes. Yes, there are only 2 pronouns. 2 pronouns. Only 2. 2 pronouns. 2 pronouns. There's 2 pronouns. Yes. 2 pronouns.
Oh my God.
2 pronouns.
Jesus Christ.
2 pronouns. How many pronouns are there? 2.
Oh my God.
Thank you. 2 pronouns. There's only 2 pronouns. Anyone is a pronoun. And someone is a pronoun.
That guy looks like a chubbier Lil Dicky.
Trump, but Trump's playing a long game.
What else does this guy have?
What do you think?
Oh yeah, that was the best one. He went up to Matt Gaetz. He was like, "You're a pedo." A PDF file. Oh my god, that's the guy that fell off his bike.
America!
Save Trump! If the news causes you to question your worldview or makes you feel insecure about it, then it's what? Fake! Let's pretend like the news just said something that makes you feel less pride about your political camp. What are we gonna say to the news? You're fake!
Oh my god. This is the guy that fell off his bike. I hope he records it here. I hope he shows it. Yo, these people are fucking losers, dude.
I'm gonna channel to the judge. Channel to the judge. I'm gonna astral project when that judge is asleep, and I'm gonna enter his dreams, and I'm gonna tell him to quit Trump. Bro, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro? Bro, what are you doing, bro? You look stupid doing this shit, bro. Stop doing this, bro. This is my religion. No, bro, you're a Trump supporter, bro. We don't do that. You looking real crazy right now, bro. We don't do that. You're like you to say what Trump supporters do. Bro, I'm a Trump. I'm from Trump, bro. I'm letting you know. I know, but we have ranking in this shit, bro. What are you doing? What do you mean? Am I going outside the bounds? Bro, you acting crazy, bro. Of what? You're like, oh, what are you screaming for? Everybody calls us crazy, sir. No, I'm saying, no. I think you're a Democrat, bro. I think everybody. Bro, I don't think you're for Trump. This man is not for Trump, bro. The thing that we don't act like that. I've been rejected by every single community of people that I've been a part of.
Oh my god.
Community. Even, yes, I was picked on and made fun of so much growing up.
Oh my god.
Find a community of people that loves me. Yes,
Freedom!
I love Trump. That's why I'm here. That's why I put on all this stuff. The people are saying that you challenge the status quo. People are saying that you don't support
Freedom! Oh my god.
Who are these people? You're gonna trust the internet. Oh my god, the internet. Oh my god, the internet says. Oh my god, the internet said JFK is coming back. Oh my god. No, you just trust the internet so freely, don't you? I don't. Don't be a sheep. I'm not. I'm watching you, bro. You better be for Trump. That was really hard. You're Trump, right? Yo, if you're a plant, bro, I need a hug. Will you give me a hug? Yeah, you're gonna get one. I'm an American patriot, and I'm checking you. I'm checking you, bro. And I'm checking you as a citizen. Yeah, I'm checking you too. No, you can't check me. You are plant. You are Biden. Show us your wire. Show us your wire. Show us your wire.
Oh my god.
He's a plant. He's a plant. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you. Show us the wire. I'm not wearing a wire. I'm not wearing a wire. All right. Yes. Show us. I'm not wearing a wire. Man, you out here stripping this friend in public. They're gonna lock your ass. I'm not wearing a wire. You wanna see? You wanna see? I'm not. If you wear a wire, he ain't going nowhere. Yeah. You wanna see? You wanna see that I'm not gay? You wanna see? All right. Look, here's a manly shirt. It says that's a manly shirt right there. All right, you want to see? There's a wire. Come right there. There's a wire right there. Wire. I got the wire. Fucking wire. Yeah.
Oh my god. What the fuck? These weirdos. These people are weird. Oh my god.
We're gonna branding! Alright guys, let's charge. Let's charge in a battle. Let's charge in a battle. Put your clothes back on. Put your clothes back on. Put your clothes back on. Put your shit back on. Is it okay for me to yell?
Oh my god.
It feels good. We can walk around topless in New York. Like it feels good when
These people are fucking weird.
Alright, he's good. He's valid. He's valid. He got a pass. Yeah. He got a pass. He got a pass. I gotta see. Because God made us. If you're a plant, we're gonna pull your card. That goes for you too. Big Bang was the ultimate ejaculation. If the news causes you to question your worldview or makes you feel insecure about it, then it's what? Fake. Let's pretend like the news just said something that makes you feel less pride about your political camp. What are we gonna say to the news? You're fake!
God damn, dude. This is fucking weird. What did we just watch? My brain is like...
What do you think about the FBI raid?
Oh, my brain is like sleeping out of my fucking eyes. Watching this. Jesus Christ. Let's watch another one.
Communist! Communist!
I like that guy.
Hey, Klepper, you scared to debate me, huh? Yeah. Trump considers all of us family. That's right. We are all his family. That's why he's
We're all his family. We're all family.
Tell me what
Freedom! Freedom!
Anyone to say that America first is racist, something is really wrong with them. You have to put your
Oh my God.
country first, unless y'all want China to come and take us down.
China.
Arrest Biden family, that crook, they sold out.
Hey, Klepper, what are you scared of? You scared to debate me? Hey, Klepper, you scared to debate me, huh? Yeah.
Klepper.
Debate me. Debate him. He's scared because he knows I'll come at him with facts and logic.
Facts and logic.
The is all here. If they can do this to Andrew Tate,
The Andrew Tate, no!
They could do it to anyone. I mean, first, yes, yes.
I'm gonna say what? They say dead men don't talk, or dead men voted from the grave, and they all vote for Democrats. In the Bronx, they voted for Mario Morello and the BTA, and he was dead for weeks.
All of those people would still be alive if they hadn't voted.
And if they just didn't vote one time, they vote multiple times.
What is going on in New York?
They vote multiple times. Someone owns Joe Biden, and it was a billionaire communist.
Yo, why are there so many boomhowers?
Hey man, it's a dang old good old deal, man. I tell you what, $100 a month, man. You get them hookups and get them old dang tube tops jiggling around everywhere and whatnot, man. It's nothing but a dang old trash, man.
Why are there so many fucking Trump supporters?
Man, I tell you what, man, I seen the dang old rake over there down Smithsonian, man. They're right next to Lincoln's had them arch chair, man. The dang old caveman section.
How's he a communist? Communists supposed to spread everything around.
Wait, so get him to stop talking.
Communists like to spread things around.
In this country, we need to get rid of, the World Economic Forum, these big banks, Silicon Valley Bank. We need to get rid of Jeff Bezos and Amazon. With conservative values.
Yes, they're very
Yeah. Candace Owens, that's what they call her. And they call her a black-faced white supremacist just because she, supports the Proud Boys.
I don't know who the Proud Boys are, but I know that all.
Oh, you don't know who the Proud Boys are? I'm a Proud Boy.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm on a strict, masturbation schedule. I love my country, stuff like that. But yeah, it's a great organization. It's the other way around. That's not a metaphor at all.
Show me one person in the world that has been persecuted.
Trump considers all of us family.
That's right.
We are all his family. That's why he's always asking for money. I pay $12.99 to Donald Trump's re-election campaign. Yes. Thank you for loving America. Yes.
Yo, that guy with the hood.
Used his own money to pay for sex. Okay, that's what the legacy media is saying. So here's the thing: you have to follow the money.
Trump forever. Follow the
Right?
money.
The secret documents were planted by the World Economic Forum. Trump had already declassified those documents, and then they were also planted later on. Yes.
What exactly does Antifa stand for to you?
It's like Antifa is like if you're against fascism.
Okay, and what's wrong with being against fascism exactly?
You know, what's wrong with loving your country? You love your country so much, you want to build a wall around it and then only teach Christian theocracy in school. What? I misspelled Trump by accident. It was I was making the sign in a hurry because my mother was watching MSNBC. She could not make my breakfast cereal this morning, so I had to make my own sign. And that is why I misspelled Trump. Just because I live with my mother does not mean that I don't pay rent. My mom has an extra room. I pay my mom rent. I could be paying anyone else rent. I don't tell my mom to like make dinner for me. She like leaves a plate outside my door. All right? She like yells at me because it's you can't pause an online game. Leave the fucking plate outside the door.
I'm surprised your mother ain't kicked you out if you're talking to her like that.
She can't kick me out because of the Constitution. Let's fuck Biden. We want to fuck him. Fuck Biden. We're gonna fuck him. Let's fuck Brandon. Who here has had sex with a woman? Tell me what it's like. Okay, thank you, sir. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Pussy? What? You don't get pussy? No, because I'm not a beta cock. Thank you. That's kind of a beta move.
The election was stolen. People from the grave who've been dead for years voted multiple times.
They voted. That's what dead people do. They vote. It was a communist plot to elect center-right Joe Biden and maintain 50-50 control in the House and Senate, giving majority power to Kristen Sinema and Joe
Oh my God! Everybody's walking over there.
Plan all along. Let's fuck Brandon! Let's fuck him!
Yeah, I bet you like to fuck ass.
You're like the
Yeah, I do because I'm not a beta.
I bet you like to suck cock too.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm not a beta. Having sex with women is like a beta cock move.
Trump forever! Trump forever! Trump!
It's crazy how you can blend in so well. Like they don't notice he's crazy. Well, they know he's crazy. Well, they think he's crazy, but they don't notice he's like not really a Trump guy.
Give me a second. Okay. All right, nobody, don't move.
It's only 3 of them. Where's everybody?
This guy, he's a troll. He's not really a Trump person. He's
That was a little weird. Wait, it says made in China?
Right there. You said it was made in
Sleeper agent!
Sleeper
agent!
Why? Let me see that. What is this about?
CCP!
100% American! What is this? I thought we were done with shit.
Brandon! I want to fuck Brandon! Yeah! And that
Oh
is
my
how we're
God.
gonna bring back JFK! JFK is still alive. Yeah, and then he's gonna run. In order to stop communism in the United States, we need to get rid of the big banks. We need to get rid of these billionaires if we want to stop the communist agenda in this country. Get rid of Jeff Bezos and all these communist billionaires. World Economic Forum. This guy knows what he's talking about.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, we care about families. We care about children. And that is why we are against free school lunch. That's why we're against gun control.
Reporters gathered outside the courthouse.
Oh my
Edward Shipman
God.
came all the way from Palm Beach, Florida, after the former president claimed he would be arrested on Tuesday.
He's almost like the Messiah. He's almost like Jesus.
Oh my God, he's like
They just wanna
Jesus.
Crucify this man for becoming president.
They don't love America like Donald Trump loves America. Absolutely. He considers us all family. That's why he's always asking us for money.
Who's that?
Donald Trump. We're all family to him because that's why he's always asking us for money.
What does that mean?
Donald, so,
No, bro, nah, bro, you bugging, bro. Get out of here with that, bro.
God, country, and family. Family first.
What do I think it is?
Soros.
Get him out of here. No, bro, he's not.
Soros.
Donald Trump is being persecuted by the devil of the Democratic Party.
What's your message to the crowd here today?
I just want everyone to know that Nancy Pelosi and George Soros designed the banking system in Animal Crossing, and I don't think enough people in the liberal media are talking about this.
Animal Crossing.
Some dialogue going on between Trump supporters and anti-Trump people here today, even if it's a little raucous.
Yeah, and I think there needs to be, more unity. It's like there's a communist socialist agenda, and in order to get rid of this communist agenda, we need to get rid of the big banks, the billionaires, the Jeff Bezoses, these communist billionaires. They're ruining our country.
Maybe they have to stop concentrating their wealth, right?
Yeah, and that's the only way we're going to stop communism. The workers of the world need to unite. If you want another communist takeover, keep supporting the big banks.
It's
the billionaires.
There's a lot of issues going on here today. I just want everybody to...
He's literally advocating for communism by saying that it is communism to hate, to keep supporting billionaires. That is so funny. Anyways, what is next, dude? Oh, I forgot. Jamal Bowman was debating a dude about gun control. Here we go.
We had a terrible mass shooting in Nashville the other day. Of course, it became a giant national story. There were 3 kids who died in the elementary school, 3 adults who died, and the shooter happened to be trans, so that led to the right to really lean in on the anti-trans position that they have, and of course, this is already out of the news, right? I mean, this is the United States of America, so if you have a mass shooting, it could be the worst one ever, right? And it's still probably only going to be in the news for 4 days, maybe 5. This one's already gone. But in the wake of the shooting, there was a really interesting exchange, kind of a screaming match, although really only one of them.
We are watching
in the hallway here
Jamal Bowman and another politician.
And Congressman.
By the way, the politician that Jamal Bowman's about to be debating right here is Gun Nut. The family that the dude that Jamal Bowman's about to debate is this guy. Is it this guy? It's so crazy. Yes. This guy right here. Look at this wacko. This is the Tennessee politician that after that Nashville, Tennessee shooting happened, this guy is not supporting gun control. This is the Republican politician for Tennessee. And Jamal Bowman is going to be debating this guy. We're going to watch that right now.
Thomas Massey, who, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is super libertarian. Okay, so this was in the wake of the shooting. Let's listen to their back and forth, and then I'll break it down for you.
They're all cowards. They won't do anything to save the lives of our children at all. Cowards. Pressure them.
This is Jamal Bowman.
Force them to respond to the question, why the hell won't you do anything to save America's children? And let them explain that all the way up until election day on 2024. Let them explain it all the way up to election day on 2024. They're freaking cowards. They're gutless. They're not here. I'm talking about gun violence. I'm talking about gun violence. Carry guns?
Okay. Just to respond to the substance.
He wants teachers to carry guns. This dude wants teachers to carry guns.
I tell you what, man, that dang old NRA was all right, man. The insurance you get with dismemberment, not like that, you get like $20,000 just for your arm blows off, man. I tell you what, man, that dang old NRA was all right, man. The insurance you get with dismemberment, not like that, you get like $20,000 just for your arm blows off, man.
God damn NRA, man. I get you $20,000, man.
I'm a stepdad now. I've seen teachers. You know, I know the kids' teachers. They don't want to be carrying guns, bro. It turns out you get into the teaching profession if, like, you're very child-oriented and nurturing, and you like educating people and taking them through a process. Like, these are the types of people who are attracted to being a teacher. It's not the same kind of people who, you know, like, would be attracted to being a soldier or a policeman, or the idea that it's like, well, you're going to force these teachers to be armed when they don't even want to be armed. That's just part of their job, that you need to know how to kill a deranged mass shooter. So, I mean, it's just a freaking category error. And now, by the way, his point also, he talks about how there's never been a school shooting in a place where the teachers are armed. Well, my guess is that's because there's like, what, maybe 7 schools in the country where teachers are armed, and they're all in a place with a population of 6 people. Like, that's not a good fact. And might I say, there's been a number of mass shootings at schools where there's an armed guard at the school. In fact, I read a statistic earlier today which said there's actually been more shootings at schools where there's an armed guard than at schools where there's not. Now, by the way, I'm not saying I think like the armed guard causes the shooting, no, but it just happens to be the case that that's not a panacea. That doesn't solve everything. To have an armed guard doesn't solve everything. Now, I'm not, if there were some sort of a deal where we do gun reform and turn around and have like a guard in every school, I think I'd vote for that compromise. I have no problem with that. But just understand, it is not a panacea at all.
Oh,
and so this point for Massey is just a terrible point.
More guns lead to more death. More guns lead to more death. Look at the data. You're not looking at any data. You're carrying the water for the gun lobby. Look at the data.
You don't care about data.
More deaths. Good. States that have open carry laws have more death. States that have open carry laws have more death. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Calm down. Children are dying. 9-year-old children. The solution is not arming teachers. Have you ever worked in a school? Have you ever worked in a school?
By the way, Jamal Bowman, I believe he was a principal. So, you know, he's familiar with working in a school.
Have you ever worked in a school? Have you ever worked in a school? It's a yes or no question. Have you ever worked in a school? You will not answer my question. Don't stop and talk to me. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's the gist of it. By the way, Massey just keeps repeating the same point over and over. There's never been a mass shooting in a school where all the teachers are armed. We already explained
That's not true.
Dumb thing to say.
That recent Nashville, Tennessee school shooting, there were like 6 teachers with guns. There were teachers with guns. And still, they couldn't stop it. It's not going to work.
Okay. But let's get to the core of it here. I have no problem with people who say, look, I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe in gun ownership. And I believe in it as a matter of principle. See, that's a fair position. Because that's just like, you know, hey, it's a cultural thing. It's part of this country. I want to be able to have a gun. So I believe in the Second Amendment, regardless of the consequences, right? Like, that's a fair position because it's an honest position. What I do have a problem with is the people who are either lying or aren't lying but are just wrong and are not familiar with the
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Well, that was that. Let's move on. Finished one. We finished that one. We watched Matt Wasterson. Oh, fuck. Dude, we have so much. Shit. Alright. Let's watch Humanist Report. Woo! Utah Republicans shocked the Bible might be banned in schools.
In 2022, Utah, like many Republican-controlled states, decided to go on a book banning spree, and one school district in Utah removed more than 50 books from school libraries, most of those books being LGBTQ+ affirming material. Now, towards the end of the year, Utah state lawmaker Ken Ivory, this individual here, authored legislation that expanded this effort by giving parents the authority to challenge and potentially remove books from schools that are indecent and or contain pornographic material. Now, this bill was actually passed recently and signed into law last week by Utah's governor. Now, this entire effort was basically spearheaded by one far-right organization called Utah Parents United, and their ultimate goal is to ban any LGBTQ+ related books or content that predominantly features people of color. And they won. They got what they wanted, but this victory comes at a cost because this group and the lawmaker who sponsored this legislation seemingly didn't anticipate the ways in which this could come back to bite them. And I say this because one of the first books being challenged is the Holy Bible. Now, because of this law, the district may be forced to remove the Bible from school libraries. The Salt Lake Tribune reports, frustrated by the books being removed from school libraries, a Utah parent says there's one that hasn't been challenged yet, but that they believe should be for being one of the most sex-ridden books around. So they've submitted a request for their school district in Davis County to now review the Bible for any inappropriate content. Quote, incest, onanism, bestiality, prostitution, genital mutilation, fellatio, dildos, rape, and even infanticide, the parent wrote in their request, listing topics they found concerning in the religious text. You'll no doubt find that the Bible, under Utah Code Section 76101227, has no serious values for minors because it's pornographic by our new definition. District spokesperson Christopher Williams repeated what he's told other media outlets, quote, we don't differentiate between one request and another. We see that as the work that we do. He said the Bible challenge has been given to a committee to review. The process typically takes 60 days, but Williams said the committee is not done with this request due to a backlog as more parents have been questioning books. So apparently lots of parents want to ban books, but one of those books is the Bible. Now, this request was submitted, and if it's approved, then the Bible would indeed be removed from at least one high school in this district, Davis High School. And the school district is taking this request seriously, as they stated, because they are legally required to do that. And we just got a snippet of the parents' request from that article, but I think it's worth reading the entire letter. It's just 2 paragraphs, basically. But it's so good to read because this is exactly what parents around the country need to do. This is a classic case of malicious compliance, and this parent here is onto something. So the parent writes, I thank the Utah legislature and Utah Parents United for making this bad faith process so much easier and way more efficient. Now we can all ban books, and you don't even need to read them or be accurate about it. Heck, you don't even need to see the book. Ceding our children's education, First Amendment rights, and library access to a white supremacist hate group like Utah Parents United seems like a wonderful idea for a school district literally under investigation for being racist. I noticed there's a gap though. Utah Parents United left off one of the most sex-ridden books around, the Bible. Incest, onanism, bestiality, prostitution, genital mutilation, fellatio, dildos, rape, and even infanticide. You'll no doubt find that the Bible, under Utah Code Section 76101227, has, quote, no serious values for minors because it's pornographic by our new definition. Get this porn out of our schools. If the books that have been banned so far are any indication for way lesser offenses, this should be a slam dunk. And that right there, my friends, is how it's done. And according to this law, well, the Bible shouldn't even be a question.
We're getting rid of the Bible, folks. We're getting rid of the Bible.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, man, I seen the dang old rake over there down Smithsonian, man, right next to Lincoln's hat, there in the arch chair, man, the dang old caveman section.
Getting rid of the Bible, folks.
But there is, without a doubt, pornographic and indecent content in that
Bible
book.
Is porn.
So since the law makes no exceptions for holy books, unfortunately for them, the Bible is fair game, and it may very well be removed because of their law. Now, what's even more hilarious about this story is the response from the author of Utah's book ban, because when he gave parents the authority to propose book bans, he very clearly didn't foresee the Bible being one of the books that a parent would challenge. And as a result, he is, quote, very sad that one parent would abuse the process, and he even says that this parent who submitted this challenge to the Bible is wasting the district's time, because apparently all of the other book bans, that's not wasting the district's time, but a book that he doesn't want banned, well, that's a waste of time. So as LGBTQ Nation reports, Utah State Representative Ken Ivory, who sponsored HB 374, described the request as a political stunt that would drain school resources. There was a purpose to the bill, and this kind of stuff, it's very unfortunate, he said. There are any number of studies that directly link sexualization and hypersexualization with sexual exploitation and abuse. Certainly, those are things we don't want in schools. For people to minimize and to make a mockery of this is very sad, he complained. The audacity of him. How dare this parent make a mockery of the process? Because, of course, when we passed this legislation, we didn't expect the parent to propose a ban to a book that we like. And even though the Bible does objectively contain content that, by the definition of our law, would obviously be pornographic and indecent, well, I like that book, so let's not ban that book. Let's just ban the books that I don't like. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. Based on the law that you wrote, the Bible is fair game. He just didn't like that something that he prefers in schools is now being challenged.
Wipe your ass
what I
with
love
them.
is that I'm assuming the same people who don't want the Bible banned, who support book bans, is going to be mad about this one as well. This book is called Sex. If you're scared of the truth, don't read this. And this book is being challenged because of the provocative title, but the book is actually about abstinence. But because the title is very obviously indecent or could be perceived to be indecent, well, this also could be removed from school shelves for violating.
What a pervert. What a pervert.
What a pervert.
Wipe your ass with them. Wipe your ass with them.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack. When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
You can French kiss the guy next to you.
You're hurting the kids.
Utah law. Sorry, evangelicals, that's another L for you. So I think that this is an obvious point to make, but I'm going to make this point anyway because it's really important. Whenever there's a state that has laws like this is what parents need to do. Challenge the Bible. Because this is how you use their censorious laws against them. You challenge the material that you know they hold most near and dear to their hearts. And when they see how censorship laws go both ways, well, maybe that'll give them a little bit of pause before passing these kinds of draconian censorious laws in the first place. But either way, the parent here is absolutely brilliant, well played.
Yeah, good job.
And again, if you live in a district that allows parents to challenge books,
do this.
Priority number one for you.
If you live in a state that lets you do this, report the Bible. Report the Bible immediately. The Bible has sexual stuff and animal stuff. It's just nasty. It has fucking like death and like gore and report the Bible. Anyways, next topic. We just finished Utah Bible Humanist Report. Bam. What the hell did I just delete? I just deleted something that wasn't. Whatever. Now we are on to Dems filibuster anti-trans bill. Here we go. Let's find that video. Ba-ba-ba-bum, Where is? There it is.
We've talked about Nebraskan State Senator Michaela Cavanaugh's ongoing filibuster of literally everything in her state's government until her Republican colleagues agree to pull an anti-trans piece of legislation that would ban gender-affirming care for trans youth. Now, I've been personally fascinated with this story. We've done multiple videos about this and even received a shout-out from Senator Kavanaugh herself, which was incredibly cool. But the reason why this story is so important, and it speaks to me so much, is because Senator Kavanaugh has created a blueprint that all Democratic politicians should be following. Right now, in order to defeat these draconian bans on LGBTQ plus rights. And this strategy is needed now more than ever, considering that there has already been 300 plus anti-LGBTQ plus bills in 2023 alone, including 91 gender-affirming care bans, 30 anti-trans sports bans, 44 proposed bans on LGBTQ speech, 27 drag bans, and 12 bans that legally erase trans people from existence. And it's so bad that several states are seeing multiple bans on gender-affirming care being proposed with varying degrees of strictness. So this is an all-out assault across the country on LGBTQ plus rights. So now more than ever, we need people like Michaela Kavanaugh who are actually standing up and fighting against this wave of hate. Now, Michaela temporarily paused her filibuster to debate the anti-trans bill that she's trying to stop.
When I look at this news,
and
I start having an
after
anxiety
going
attack.
scorched earth, she's trying a little bit of a different strategy temporarily. She's trying to level with her GOP colleagues by appealing to what's left of their sense of humanity. Let's watch.
I've been asked a lot. It's no surprise. I've been asked to do a lot of interviews nationally for remarks that I made on this floor. And I've been asked time and again, why do Republicans want this? Colleagues, Democrats, I'd like to speak to the Republicans in the room.
They are bigots.
Just the Republicans.
They are Christian.
My answer has always been,
fascist
this is not a
bigots.
Republican issue.
If you're not a bigot, don't go with the things the Republican
want.
Party wants you to go with, please. I beg you.
So many of you, I've served with you for 4 years. I know you. I know your families. I know your hearts.
Pretty please.
I know that you are caring, kind, and compassionate people who are here to do public service. And I am asking you to pay attention to this debate, to pay attention to this conversation. Open your hearts and your minds and think about what brought you here to begin with. What did you believe government should be? How did you believe government should function? So many of you have talked to me about government overreach time and time again, big government, inflated government, parental rights. This bill stands in opposition to the tenets that many of you have expressed to me are at the foundation of why you are here. It will not be popular to vote against this, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't. And I know many of you have voted against things that were not popular in the past. And I know that you have a heart for service, and I ask that you use that heart for service in this debate. And to those of you that are watching,
you're a
who
moron.
are part of the
You're a
LGBTQ
moron.
community, the trans community, you are loved, you matter.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
You. Thank you.
When I look at this news,
So
I
she's
start
trying
having an anxiety
absolutely
attack.
everything. Carrots, sticks, whatever it's going to take to convince these Republicans to give up on this potentially deadly piece of anti-trans legislation. And
They're
during
not.
debate,
They're
she
not.
proved that all it takes sometimes is just one person to do what's right and others will follow. If one person shows courage, others will too. And I say this because her Democratic colleagues didn't just stand in solidarity with her and trans youth in denouncing this bill, but one lawmaker even agreed to join Michaela in
Wipe your
filibustering
ass with
every
them.
single piece of legislation until the Republican Party agrees to pull this bill.
Wipe your
and they
ass
were
with the
very
Republican
clear
Party.
there will
Wipe your
be
ass with
no
them.
compromise on
Wipe
this
your
particular
ass
issue.
with them.
If this bill advances, the filibuster
Unite,
will
Democrats,
resume. I will
unite.
join it
Unite.
with my whole heart.
We
with
need
my
to be
whole
a
chest,
union, Democrats. We need to come together.
Every bill will be going to cloture.
This is a recycled playbook. A lot of these things were said in the 60s, 70s, and 80s about gay people.
Wipe your ass with them.
This idea that we were somehow confused. We'll grow out of it. It's just a phase. We don't know who we are.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Like, you do know who you are. You're you. Whatever you feel, that's you.
It's insulting.
I agree, bro.
And I think it's a bit dehumanizing.
The only compromise with bills like this
is to just leave people alone. There is no such thing as compromise when we're talking about taking away the right to be a parent to your own child. Just leave people alone.
Yeah,
if you agree to disagree, that's fine.
Alone,
we can do that. Then pull the bill, and you can do and parent the way you want to, and the rest of us can do and parent the way we want to. That's the compromise. Leave people alone. It's really easy to make medical procedures sound barbaric and awful when you're talking to people who don't understand or practice medicine. We have the same conversation when we talk about abortion. We use triggering and emotional words like murder or mutilation to describe medical procedures. But the thing is that none of us know what we're talking about.
Wow,
None of us practice medicine. So to a lot of people, it does sound barbaric.
You can tell how emotional she feels.
Because it removes the humanity in the situation. It removes the nuance involved in really difficult private medical decisions. And that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting for people to be able to maintain their humanity.
So 1 in 2,000 children are born neither boy nor girl. And a decade ago, doctors often encouraged families to pick a side, pick a sex. And you know why they stopped doing that?
Yeah, the doctors will pick.
Because gender identity is complex and doctors can get it wrong and ruin that child's life forever.
And the kid will grow up with what the doctor chose.
There's a long list of biology that can come into play, and saying things in the text like such as is a dangerous way to describe this potential. And by the way, my first babysitter when I was a little kid was a hermaphrodite. So I learned from a very early age that people's biology can be very different than male or female.
Now, hermaphroditism is a dated term, but for those unaware of what she's talking about, she's referring to intersex people who are born with ambiguous genitalia. But every single one of those speeches was just incredible.
Yeah.
They were authentic, genuine, but most importantly, they were correct. Especially that comment from this senator, Senator Day, who put it very simply, leave people alone. Now, I'm sure that Democratic lawmakers in states across the country are also vociferously condemning similar bills, but the question is, what are they doing to block these bills? Are they going as far as Michaela and her Democratic colleagues? See, Nebraskan lawmakers are proving that fighting for LGBTQ plus people isn't a lost cause in red states just because you're outnumbered. You still have a number of tools at your disposal. The question is whether or not you're going to use them. Now, because Republicans are demons, well, everything that these lawmakers said predictably went in one ear and out the other.
Yeah. The Republicans, they're basically like, this is literally the fucking Republicans. Where's the banjo at? Banjo. Where's the banjo? Are you ready? Here comes the Republican Party over here.
Dang old aforementioned antiquities pursuant to the public domain Title 9 of the State Resource Code. But I tell you what, man, they're tight. Man, that good one, man. They got another one, man. What do you call the difference between them? They know, man. Tell you what, man, he gets all prettied up and then them Coleman's hair on off to the side, man. It's like, get my good side, man. It's dang old pretty sissy out like that.
In some bills, we've argued, at least so far in hearings, that 13-year-olds can't be responsible for murder because their brains aren't sufficiently formed to understand that murder is wrong, or that it's final, or that, you know, somebody will never draw another breath after you kill somebody. But here we're saying that people can have their gender changed, well, operations to attempt to change their gender.
Everyone's scared.
Everyone's scared. And maybe 10 years from now, they may not think that that was a good idea. They may have medical complications from that.
I may just never come back.
Wrong.
I may just never come back.
God created us male and female.
Pendejo.
And it's kind of strange that when you go in for surgery to change your identity, you only get one choice. Make pee-pee. If you're male, your choice is to become female.
Perverts.
If you're female, your choice is to become male. But our society says we have many different genders.
Oh my God, we're gonna arrest you!
But it is strange you only get to choose one when you make the choice to change.
The news and the left promotes pedophilia.
There are people who have made that decision to make that transition when they're young. And as Senator Cal said, when their brain matures, they realize
the beginning of
that
the
was
rise of the
not
Antichrist.
the best decision, or perhaps it was the poorest decision they've ever made in their life. But it's irreversible.
You failed again, you murdering
irreversible.
trash.
And so for the life of me, I can't
You're kind of like a
imagine
snotty faced bitch. You're kind of like a snotty
why we
faced
want
bitch.
to mess with something that God created.
Spoken like a true ignorant imbecile. First of all, not all of us are part of your little book club. And we don't subscribe to your antiquated belief system. So stop trying to push that on all of us. Second of all, gender affirming care for trans youth is not
That old guy is
like a snotty
These
face
Republicans
bitch.
don't even know what they're talking about. For children who show persistent signs of gender dysphoria, gender affirming care for them at younger ages simply means social transition, not surgery. Contrary to popular belief. That means that they get to choose different clothes and use different pronouns, maybe a different name. And when they become preteens and they've shown persistent gender dysphoria over a long period of time, well, then a doctor may prescribe them puberty blockers if their parents agree to that. This just gives them additional time.
These Republicans are like,
What the fuck is going on?
You can French kiss the guy next to you.
make a more long-term decision about their gender. And so long as they're not on puberty blockers for more than 2 years, the effects are completely reversible. And when it comes to teenagers, they may be prescribed hormone replacement therapy as a treatment for persistent gender dysphoria. This is Bottom insane, surgery is not dude. permitted on minors. No genital mutilation is happening, unless, of course, you count circumcision. But something tells me these Republicans don't really have a problem.
yo, they never talk about circumcision. Circumcision is when they cut your skin. You know what I mean? Bro, that's a religious thing, and they never talk about it. They never bring it up. When you're a baby, they cut you, and they never talk about that. But then if like a doctor and your parents sign off on like a surgery that would help you or because you need it or whatever, then it's like, no!
Problem with that kind of mutilation. The point is, these treatments for gender dysphoria have been approved by various medical associations. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and they've been deemed medically necessary since they reduce suicidality among trans youth. They are important, they save lives. All of these medical decisions are made by the child, the parents, and the doctor. And these theocratic Republicans should have no say over these private medical decisions. So, you know, you can see that the words that their Democratic colleagues said didn't resonate. They didn't take to heart the recommendation that they mind their own fucking business or educate
And remember, guys,
themselves.
if you guys
because
like my content,
predictably,
please
Republicans
subscribe,
are going
like
to
the
Republican,
video,
and that means you act like a
and
demon,
check out my
and you go
TikTok,
after
my
the most
Facebook,
vulnerable in
my
society.
fucking Twitter,
But with that being
my
said, I want to share
Instagram,
Michaela's closing thoughts, because even though she tried to initially be
my
more nice
Twitch.
to these Republican ghouls in order to gently guide them to the correct and humane decision, she still made it very clear that she is not fucking around. And she's blocking any amendments to this anti-trans bill. And if they're going to vote for it, well, she wants them to put their name on the most
Yo,
evil
my knees are weak,
iteration
guys.
of
Knees
this
weak.
legislation, so people
Arms
can
are heavy.
see who these Republicans
Mom
really
spaghetti,
are.
yo. I need
And
to sleep
she is
soon.
going to speak about this idea of compromise with regard to this bill. And as you're going to see, she
But I have
points
a
out
few
that
topics
there's no
left.
compromise on this issue. You're not going to pass a less harmful
Yeah, fuck those Republicans.
version of this bill. We're going to pass no ban on gender affirming care. So let's listen.
We still
When
got
it comes to the protection of children in this
6
state,
more
I
topics.
will not compromise.
I don't know if I can complete
I
it
will
though.
Not compromise. I have ensured that there are motions to block any amendments from coming to debate.
I'll try.
That's my prerogative
I'll
in
try.
using the rules.
I need a stretch.
So if you vote for this, you vote for this. You vote for LB 574 in its purest evil form.
Oh my God.
You vote for 574 to go after the medical community, to go after parents, and to go after trans children. That's what you vote for. You can blame me for voting for it, but I can't push any of your fingers on your buttons. You vote for it, you vote for it.
Ooh.
I'm going to block anything from changing this bill. I tried to get the committee to change this bill before it came out of committee. I tried to convince the committee members that we should consider an amendment. I
Oh my
asked
God,
if the
dude.
introducer had
How long has the
requested an
stream been
amendment.
going, guys?
No, no,
This is the longest
no.
I've gone.
So now you want to
4
compromise
hours.
to assuage your guilt? No, thank you.
This is awesome.
I will not allow you to assuage your guilt. If you want to find a way to vote for 574, vote for 574. It's there for you. Go for it. Have at it. But it's not going to get better. It's going to be in its pure form that Senator Kauth and the male members of the HHS committee decided it would be in. You get to vote for that and nothing else. And if you want to blame me for your inability to stand up for your own beliefs,
1 minute.
Fine. I don't have to live with you. I don't have to live with your conscience. You do.
And that right there, my friends, is how it's done. She is the one setting the tone. She
Good
is
job,
the one dictating
girl.
to them how things are going to be. She's not going to allow them to pass some watered down version that's still harmful, and she's also not going to let them run away from this bill after they learn how harmful it really is. I mean, if you come for trans kids, she'll come after you. And now she has backup. That's the message that I saw from Democratic Party lawmakers in Nebraska today. Nothing but solidarity for each other and trans people. Now, here's what happened after this debate took place. As KETV ABC 7 reports, lawmakers adjourned Tuesday without taking any other action. Hunt and Omaha State Senator Michaela Cavanaugh have since filed a series of motions that likely will further delay a first-round vote on advancing the measure. So true to her word, she is continuing to do everything she can to stop this bill from advancing. And I said this the last time that we talked about this, but I'm going to say it again because I think that it's important that I repeat this point. Democratic lawmakers across the country need to take notes.
do this. They need to do what she's doing.
To learn from Senator Kavanaugh. This is what they need to do.
Trump
right
dog,
now,
Sean Hannity.
you can stop these harmful anti-LGBTQ plus bills if you do what Senator Kavanaugh is doing. If your state proposed anti-LGBTQ plus legislation, then you now have a viable strategy that will work. So if you're watching this and you've seen these bills proposed in your state, call your state representative and ask them why they're not doing what Senator Kavanaugh in Nebraska is doing. And if they don't know about her story, educate them. Let them know that.
Oh, real quick, let's do John Fetterman has, after his injury, he got depression. John Fetterman, depression. Y'all know I love my Fetty boy. Fetterman!
Senator John Fetterman is home.
I believe in you, Fetterman. Come on, bro. You got
6 weeks after
this.
he was hospitalized for depression at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, where we talked with him this past week. I found Senator Fetterman hopeful, optimistic, ready to return to the United States Senate and his role as a dad.
So, if we sat down, you would take the rocking chair.
Yeah, that's me.
At 6'8", John Fetterman is still a formidable man, despite 2 serious assaults on his health in less than a year. He suffered a stroke in May, and after a private struggle for years, in mid-February he entered Walter Reed for treatment of depression. We talked there 2 days before he went home.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
First time ever to be in remission with my depression. And I can't wait to what it really feels like to take it all in and to start making up any lost time.
To colleagues, he'd seemed lost even at his swearing in. Later, Dr. David Williamson recognized major depression.
He had markedly reduced motivation and drive.
A neuropsychiatrist, Williamson has been treating Senator Fetterman.
The RPM in the brain, how fast you think and how clearly you think, is very substantially degraded when patients get depressed.
It's reversible?
It's certainly reversible, yes.
1 in 3 stroke patients develops depression. 21 million American adults have experienced major depression. What makes John Fetterman's diagnosis unique, but not unprecedented, is a politician sharing it publicly.
My message right now isn't political. I'm just somebody that's suffering from depression.
A former steel town outside Pittsburgh, Braddock put him on the map, and vice versa. Population less than 2,000, with high unemployment, low income, and a towering mayor with a Harvard degree and a penchant for hoodies and shorts. He was becoming a rising political star and an unlikely darling of the fashion world.
What did GQ call you? They said you were a fashion god or something?
His wife of 15 years, Giselle.
American taste god. And then the New York Times, I found out that I was one of the most fashionable or something.
That's right. Along with Beyoncé and Brad Pitt, Fetterman was one of the paper's most stylish people of 2022. It was an edgy, modern look.
It was appalling.
John Fetterman began his campaign for United States Senate last spring with the wind to his back. But after the stroke at age 52, he would fight headwinds until Election Day, when his health became the issue. Doctors at Walter Reed have discovered a serious hearing deficit.
Yeah, that's
further complicating the
usually
way his
like when
brain
people
now
go through
processes spoken language. When I talk, what do you hear?
A seizure?
I hear you talking, and I can
A stroke?
understand much of what you're
Stroke
saying.
victims usually
But my hearing has a
go through
deficiency
depression. I heard.
that
I
makes it
learned
difficult for
from
me to
other
fully
videos.
understand 100% of it.
At some point, I heard you described what you hear as like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Yeah, early on that was more, months and months ago, whatever. But right now, captioning is helpful for me.
I should get my husband one of those because when I talk, he hears that same wah, 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 wah.
Well, yeah.
His reliance on closed captioning had
Oh,
its
that's cute.
biggest test during the campaigns, one debate, which was widely considered a setback.
I'm the only person on this stage right now that is successful about pushing
the debate.
Yo, Dr. Oz was an asshole. That guy was a dick.
Wipe your ass with them.
Bro, he was a straight up demon. Like, he was really mean. And I think that, like, him being so mean to Fetterman really backfired. Because a lot of people have, like, these health issues, man. Especially in PA.
Performance was not you at your best. Was that fair?
If I'm in the race and I made the decision to stay in the race, that it's important that I show up for a debate, and fully knowing that it would be challenging, and that's what we did.
And in November, John Fetterman won, flipping a Republican-held Senate seat.
I'm so humbled. Thank you so much, really. Thank you.
But there was something behind that smile.
It's like you just won the biggest, race in the country. And the whole thing about depression is that objectively you may have won, but depression can absolutely convince you that you actually lost. And that's exactly what happened. And that was the start of a downward spiral.
In the interim between the campaign and being sworn in, at home in November, December, depression started gathering strength. Is that correct?
Very much, very much. I had stopped leaving my bed. I've stopped eating, dropping weight. I stopped engaging some of the most things that I love in my life.
Including time with Giselle
Aw.
and their 3 children, aged 8 to 14.
I had a conversation with my 14-year-old, and he said, "Dad, what's wrong? We're great. We're here, and you won." An incredibly sad moment where my 14-year-old can't possibly understand why you can't get out of your bed.
Someone you love as much as you love your son couldn't make you get out of bed, couldn't make you not be depressed. You stayed in bed.
Yeah, that's true.
But he went to Washington and on January 3rd was sworn in.
People who know you say that that day you looked miserable and lost.
Yeah, I was definitely depressed.
I think with depression, you're always waiting for, oh, that's the thing that's going to change it, right?
Giselle read as much as she could find about depression.
He just became the senator. He's married to me. He has amazing kids, and he's still depressed.
Yeah.
And I think the outside would look and say, how does this happen? But depression doesn't necessarily make sense, right? It's not rational.
He stops eating and drinking.
I was at a Democratic retreat, and many of my colleagues were coming up to me and asking, "Why aren't you eating?"
Did you care if you were there or anywhere or nowhere?
I just showed up where my staff said.
Robotic.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
As it was described to me, you were agnostic about the question of living or not at that time.
Yeah, well, I never had any self-harm, but I was indifferent, though. If the doctor said, "Gee, you have 18 months to live," I'd be like, "Meh, okay, well, that's how things go."
A concerned doctor began making arrangements at Walter Reed, and on his son's 14th birthday, he agreed to go.
What a waste if you hadn't. Recovery was weeks away.
Yeah.
For the uninitiated, depression doesn't exist in the same sphere as love. So the question of how can a man not care about living?
This lady is she's a very good interviewer, man. I really like her. The way she talks, she's like a therapist.
Living in a world where those children you clearly adore are living.
It makes me sad. You know, the day that I go in was my son's birthday. And I hope that for the rest of his life, his birthday should be joyous, and you don't have to remember that your father was admitted.
Oh, but wait, this is where your renewal began. His birthday is a day for both of you to celebrate.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Aww.
I'm looking forward to doing that.
You seem hopeful.
For the first time, yeah. It's a strange feeling for me to have.
Your trajectory from mayor to lieutenant governor, United States senator, was still pointing up. At 53 in politics, that's a young man. Can you have aspirations? Can you serve beyond the United States?
Yes, do it, Fetterman.
You know, my aspiration is to take my son to the
get
restaurant,
the therapy and all that,
fix
fix your depression.
Birthday, but couldn't.
Whenever you can, bro, grab that presidency by the balls.
And being the kind of dad, the kind of husband, and the kind of senator that Pennsylvania deserves. You know, that's what my aspiration is.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that was really nice, man. Okay. Midas touch is pretty good. Oh man, this might be the last clip I could watch, guys. I'm so tired.
Billionaire Republican mega donor Harlan Crow for decades now has treated Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and his wife Ginny to luxury trips around the world on his super yacht, on his private jets. He's let him stay at his ranch in Texas.
The more I slouch over on my chair like a fucking Skyrim a jarl. The more I look like this. The more you see me like that, yo, that's how you know. That's how you know. That's how you know I'm getting tired, yo. Okay.
Resorts, and each one of these trips would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars if the Thomases paid themselves. But the thing is, the Thomases did not pay for these trips. These were gifts from a billionaire to a United States Supreme Court justice, none of which were ever disclosed, despite them being a massive conflict of interest. As ProPublica reports, the extent and frequency of Crow's apparent gifts to Thomas have no known precedent in the modern history of the U.S. Supreme Court. These trips appeared nowhere on Thomas's financial disclosures. His failure to report the flights appears to violate a law passed after Watergate that requires justices, judges, members of Congress, and federal officials to disclose most gifts, two ethics law experts said. He also should have disclosed his trips on the yacht, these experts said. Thomas's approach to ethics has already attracted public attention. Last year, Thomas didn't recuse himself from cases that touched on the involvement of his wife, Ginny, in efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. While his decision generated outcry, it could not be appealed. Now, just to put in perspective how bad this is, members of Congress aren't even allowed to accept gifts worth more than $50. And if some sort of an individual or organization wanted to sponsor a trip for them, they'd have to literally get an ethics committee to approve of that first before taking it. But when it comes to the Supreme Court, for some reason, justices don't have the same restrictions on gifts. But they should generally avoid taking gifts, since the Supreme Court's Code of Conduct says that they should try to avoid the, I guess, the appearance of impropriety is, I think, the specific wording. So it's kind of optional, right? But if they don't care about the optics, they can choose to accept those gifts, as Clarence Thomas did. The thing is that he is still obligated to disclose that he took these gifts. But Clarence Thomas did not do that. And he's been refusing to do this now for decades. And it's not like Crow and Thomas knew each other before he became a Supreme Court justice. This so-called friendship was cultivated after Thomas got a spot on the highest court in the United States of America. And Crow isn't some apolitical billionaire who got lucky and won the lottery. He spends lots of money to influence policy because he wants his industry, the real estate industry, to do well. And this is likely one way that he's trying to do influence peddling. The article continues. Crow met Thomas after he became a justice. The pair have become genuine friends, according to people who knew both men. Over the years, some details of Crow's relationship with the Thomases have emerged. In 2011, the New York Times reported on Crow's generosity toward the justice. That same year, Politico revealed that Crow had given $500,000 to a Tea Party group founded by Jenny Thomas, which also paid her a $120,000 a year salary. But the full scale of Crow's benefactions has never been revealed. Long an influential figure in pro-business conservative politics, Crow has spent millions on ideological efforts to shape the law and the judiciary. Crow and his firm have not had a case before the Supreme Court since Thomas has joined it, though the court periodically hears major cases that directly impact the real estate industry. The details of his discussions with Thomas over the years remain unknown, and it is unclear if Crow has had any influence on the justice's views. Yeah, listen, I really shouldn't have to say this because it's so obvious, but billionaires don't just suddenly become friends with Supreme Court justices because...
No, dude, this is literally the corporate corruption that I was talking about in the beginning of the stream, like 3 hours ago. I was saying that our capitalist system is so unregulated and so corrupt now because of things that the Supreme Court have passed, like Citizens United, and some other shit, that just makes corruption way easier. Like this is why nothing like ever good happens in our country, and why corporations are getting richer. And this is how I've said capitalism's a self-destructive system.
Because they have similar interests, and their friendship was sparked by this organic conversation one day that they had at a bus stop. I mean, are we children here? Are we stupid? Use your common sense, people. The goal here is to influence decisions that benefit his industry, even if it is only implicit. Now, Crow responded to this article saying that they never sought to influence Thomas on any legal or political issue, but the problem is, regardless of what his intent is, which we know his intent, but regardless, the nature of his friendship is indeed influencing Clarence Thomas, because Clarence Thomas, like all of us, is a human being. He's not uniquely immune to bribery. Like, if somebody does something nice for him, that is going to be on his mind. Do you honestly believe that after this real estate mogul spent millions of dollars spoiling Clarence Thomas and his wife over the course of decades, that Clarence Thomas has never considered how a particular Supreme Court decision would impact his friend, monetarily speaking? I mean, if you believe that, then I've got a bridge to sell you. It's no coincidence that this is one of the most corporate-friendly courts in American history. So this is just brazen corruption, and action needs to be taken.
Yeah, this Supreme Court literally sided with a corporation that wanted their truck driver to stay in the truck that was stuck in a mountain, and the guy was going to freeze to death. And they said, you die with the truck. The corporation owns you. You die with the truck. You die with the cargo. The Supreme Court sided with the company on suing that employee. What does that tell you?
Now, thankfully, as a result of the story, calls for Thomas's impeachment have been renewed, and Dick Durbin, who is the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, is saying that he's going to take action. But let's get to some specific responses from members of Congress, because I think that they put it best. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wrote, "This is beyond party or partisanship. This degree of corruption is shocking, almost cartoonish. Thomas must be impeached. Barring some dramatic change, this is what the Roberts Court will be known for: rank corruption, erosion of democracy, and the stripping of human rights." And she's exactly correct about that. Representative Summer Lee echoed the same sentiment, writing, "This cannot be about politics. There must be bipartisan action for accountability. Our commitment to democracy and our judicial integrity must be bigger than any party's hunger for power. It's time to vote on impeachment." And finally, Ilhan Omar writes, "I've said it before and I'll say it again. Clarence Thomas needs to be impeached." And I obviously agree. It's just that I have so little confidence in our government that I don't expect to see any accountability, despite what Dick Durbin says. And even as brazen as Thomas is, like, you can be even more brazen than that. And I still don't expect anything to come of this. I mean, the reason why our government officials and our judges have become so openly corrupt is because they know that there's nothing anyone will do about it. They can get away with it. That's why they do it. So, I mean, I hope that Dick Durbin does follow through and takes action, but until real concrete measures are actually taken to rein in this level of corruption, it's only going to get worse. And the fact that you and myself, none of us are surprised by this story, really demonstrates how bad it's gotten. But as desensitized as we've all become, we shouldn't let this stand. Even though it is normalized, we shouldn't tolerate this, because this is completely unacceptable, and this is how democracies die, where corruption becomes so common that people don't even blink at it. They just see it as a normal thing that occurs in our political system. But this shouldn't be normal. And the fact that it's normal tells us that we haven't done enough to save our country and save democracy. So this has to be it has to be litigated. It needs to lead to impeachment. But again, I'll believe it when I see it, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
Oh. All right, guys. Well, we finished that one. We have 3 more topics that I could cover these anytime, though. Check out Dylan Burns TV. Russian soldier propagandist gets blown up by a statue of himself. So there was like a plot to kill this guy. They made a statue of him, filled it up with C4, and they blew him up. And then Climate Town's a good channel. I was gonna check that channel out. And then Matt Walsh, fascist, and Daily Wires are fascist, basically, by the Cavernacle. He's a very good YouTuber. You guys should check him out. I am really tired. I don't think I have enough energy for anything else.
The news and the left promotes pedophilia.
But anyways, I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. I will try to stream again later today or tomorrow, or but I'll do a game stream, okay? I'll do some gaming streams. And then I had to cut up and edit all this fucking all this content I just watched. So I hope you guys enjoy. Please subscribe. Please like. I love you guys, everybody. You guys are all great. You guys are all awesome. And see you guys next time. Bye bye.